Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to a regular council meeting for Tuesday, May 25th. I hope everybody had a good long weekend, and that is why we're meeting on a Tuesday instead of Monday. Members that are participating, please make sure your mics are muted and your videos off unless you're speaking, just to save some bandwidth. Again, please text me so I can have the speaking order, and our recording secretary will be counting the votes and lowering hands when a vote is required. Great. Members of council, there is an agenda before you. Deputy Mayor, please.
Yes, Your Worship. The Town Council adopt the May 25th, 2021 regular council meeting agenda as presented.
Thank you very much. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
That's 7 hands in favor, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to number 3 of our agenda is the public input session. This is the time that we allow residents to address issues or just bring anything to council's attention that's not on the current agenda. Being this is a fully virtual meeting, town manager, has anybody submitted anything to be read into the records?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do not believe that we have been contacted for the public input session.
Okay. Thank you. Next, number 4 is presentations and delegations, and today we have one presentation, and which is the Tourism Master Plan. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to introduce Justin Russo from Expedition Management Consulting, who will present the final draft Tourism Master Plan on behalf of administration.
Thank you, Chantel. Justin Russo here. I'll just share my screen. So you should all be able to see the presentation at this point. If not, I would need to hear that.
Yes, we can see it. Thanks, Justin, and welcome to Chambers.
Thank you. So over the next few minutes, I just wanted to take a few minutes here and present the highlights of the final Tourism Master Plan, and then, of course, provide an opportunity for council to ask any questions. So as you know, the Tourism Master Plan it's the main objective of the Tourism Master Plan is to communicate a roadmap that will set direction over the next 10 years. So it will be your playbook moving forward on all things tourism. There was a significant amount of research that went into the final report, including resident and stakeholder surveys, public and stakeholder input sessions. The 3 members of our team came to the community and toured various facilities and spoke with operators. There was a wide variety of secondary and research and behind the scenes, as well as a review of the draft plan with the public and with town council. In total, over 100 residents participated, as well as 38 unique stakeholder groups. The plan describes why the town would invest in tourism, and one of the reasons that you would do so is because of the strong base of tourism assets that you have in the community right now, a position of strength in which you can leverage. You have proximity to a large regional market. Over 1 million people within a 45-minute drive is certainly many communities would love to be in that position. We know that visitor spending has a high multiplier effect and recirculates through the community and creates jobs. It promotes investment and traction. It enhances quality of life for residents, can preserve and enhance culture and built environments and nature. And we know that tourism is a resilient industry and has bounced back from economic shocks in the past and is anticipated to bounce back from this particular economic shock that we're going through now. The Tourism Master Plan identifies the current state and looks at the strengths and as well as growth areas. We know that you have a strong supply of cultural tourism assets in the community, and that's certainly not a secret. And we, as we went through this process, we certainly understood further as to how those cultural assets could become tourism assets. We know that you have an authentic small town, and that visitors are looking for that authenticity, and that the new downtown development is certainly something that you can leverage off in the future in terms of tourism. We know that you have an excellent visitor information center and grounds, and strong stakeholder support for tourism, which is extremely important when embarking upon a plan of this scope. There are growth areas, of course, a lack of market-ready experiences, those experiences that visitors can purchase and do and actually participate in a fairly short order. There's a lack of a tourism-focused organization. Tourism marketing is somewhat limited, although there's certainly some good things going on. And there's a need for a clear vision and brand. And certainly this master plan attempts to address some of those growth areas. The master plan also identifies a vision for the future, looking out 10 years, and with a focus on the next 5, but looking out 10 years. By 2031, Stony Plain will become fully animated through cultural tourism. The community will have a hip urban vibe and become known as the place to be to engage in enriching cultural tourism experiences. So really jumping off of that point of where you're at in terms of strength around cultural tourism. The plan also identifies 5-year outcomes and 10-year outcomes. In terms of 5 years, by 2026, you'll be looking for your anchor attractions to be fully animated and happening places to be. Stony Plain will have a clear and compelling tourism brand, enhanced marketing, increased visitation. You'll be engaging with your regional partners further, and you'll have a high level of visitor and resident satisfaction. When we look out 10 years, we look for significant increases in available tourism products, well beyond what you currently have, expanded market reach, and fully establishing the community as a leading cultural tourism destination, and then recognition in the community on the economic and social benefits of tourism. And then, of course, you're ready for future growth at that point. The plan describes focus areas and goals, and zeroes in on 4 main focus areas around organizational development, product development, marketing, and destination development. So there's action items under each one of these in the report. The plan describes a product development strategy and really looking at expanding and developing new tourism experiences that will attract new markets. Focusing in on really arts, culture, heritage, culinary, festivals, and events. Those top 3 really kind of are in the same realm. But also visiting friends and relatives tourism, and we expect VFR, visiting friends and relatives, to bounce back quicker than other types of tourism in the short to medium term when we transition through this phase that we're having with COVID-19, and we certainly expect that to be an important part. The plan describes target markets as well as EQ, explorer quotient markets. We also describe sort of geographic markets, and day trippers from the Edmonton area, certainly an important market. Overnight visitors from various locations seeking tourism packages, event goers looking for exciting and engaging events, and then visiting friends and relatives who are really looking at reconnecting with their friends and family and with the community as a whole. The plan describes roles and implementation and suggests that the town of Stony Plain would take the lead role in ensuring the master plan moves forward, and that a tourism development task force be struck that would be a multi-stakeholder group that would be a idea sharing, communication forum, and a collaboration forum for rolling tourism out over the next short to medium and long term. Stakeholder groups and businesses, really important, of course. We know that they are so important in terms of implementing on a day-to-day basis, so they will need to be involved moving forward as well. There are a whole host of action items in the plan that describe how you might achieve your vision. The plan also describes the top 10 action item list, the first being obtaining formal commitment from the town of Stony Plain to implement. establishing a host organization, which would be the town, and a tourism development task force that we just described. Allocating resources will be really important in the short to medium term. Developing tactical product development plans that will really bring some experiences closer to market ready will be really important. Hosting tourism planning forum to kick off implementation and ongoing, we're suggesting you do that as well to keep stakeholders engaged. Establishing a clear and compelling tourism brand, increasing capacity by adding experiencing development and marketing resources, developing and implementing an annual tourism marketing plan, incorporating tourism into your business retention and expansion program, and lastly but not leastly, developing and launching a destination animation program. So those were ones that kind of rose to the top in terms of the top priorities. There are a host of other great initiatives. Some of them are quick wins that might kind of go happen a little bit quicker depending on what's going on with implementation. So the results of all this: increased experiences, awareness, revenue, visitation, and satisfaction. And how are you going to measure all this? Well, there is a key KPI chart, a key performance indicator chart with 17 KPIs to help you measure success in the future. This slide takes a couple minutes here to describe some of the changes that happened from the draft plan into the final plan. We attempted to incorporate more local images, and this was limited with the amount of supply that we had, but certainly attempted to do that. Also tried to get some more diversity in the images. We revised the vision statement to make it a little more concise, still the same intent, but a little more concise. We strengthened connections to the future recreation campus and how that links to tourism. We adjusted the action plan to reduce pressure in the near term. So that's just having a few more action items, medium to long term, instead of too many kind of that were short term. We adjusted the BRE program to reflect really that you have one in place. And then we adjusted the performance measures section to hopefully, you know, it's still assertive, but it was very assertive before. And so we kind of made some adjustments there to make it a little bit easier to do in the short to medium long term. So the conclusion, Stony Plain has a strategic direction that will advance it towards its vision. Success will require, of course, collaboration and investment, and will result in high quality of life for residents, income for businesses, and preservation and enhancement of Stony Plain's special culture, which is really important, as we know. The next steps would be to improve the tourism master plan, allocate resources, and begin to engage with your stakeholders through the task force. With that, I'll open it up to any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much for the presentation, Justin. I appreciate it. It was very informative, and we definitely appreciate the opportunity that Council had to provide input and all the engagement that you had with our community. Members of Council, please text me if you want to speak, so I have a speaking order. And we're asking questions of clarity and understanding to Justin. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and yes, thanks for the report. Sitting on that committee, it's very interesting, and I want to see this succeed. You did mention twice in the report, though, looking at implementing resources, and that to me is a broad statement. Could you be a bit more elaborate on that? Because part of that's going to be finances for sure.
Yes, certainly. So there's a few areas of the report that describe what types of resources you may need to implement and kind of reach your vision. There is a budget, an implementation budget described on page 65 that quantifies some of the short-term action items, the top 10 action items that were suggested in the plan. And of course, this is your plan. You implement as you see fit, and some of these things might be adjusted and changed based on your resource requirements, and you might want to be more assertive on some things, less on others. But that's certainly one part of the report I'd want to draw your attention to. Also, the action plan describes some of the types of resources in some cases that you may need to implement.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, anything else?
No, that's perfect. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to Councillor Bennett. Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was an excellent report. Thank you very much. It was exactly what I was looking for. A lot of good information in there. I have a couple questions. One I think is more for our own staff, but the other one, Justin, I noted that you said that the change from the first draft to this is that you added more local images, but as I was reading through it, not necessarily the presentation here, but through the final report, there were several images that I thought were stock images and not applied to Stony Plain. Is there any chance of getting even more of Stony Plain itself pictures in it?
Good question. Good comment there. That actually came from some of those stock images came from the last session we actually had with council, where you were describing how we wanted to look to the vision or the future a little bit. So kind of a mix of local images that were changes from the final or the draft to the final, but also where you might be going in the future. So that's where those stock ones came in. It was actually a direct result of some of the input that this council provided in terms of saying, well, here's where we're at today, but where are we going for tomorrow? And the vision describes a hip urban vibe and all of that sort of thing, right? And so we tried to there wasn't a lot of stock, or there wasn't a lot of local images that really portrayed that. And so we're trying to portray a future vision, and that's where the stock ones came in.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, that's very true, and I appreciated that feedback. I'm just wondering if somehow we can't point out the fact that these are more future focused. I would hate for people to see this report and then go looking for some of those places. And so that's the only comment I have on that. And by the way, I love the term urban. I thought that was really good. I'd never heard that before.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Any other members, council, questions of clarity and understanding?
I'm not. It's Justin Russo here. I just want to jump in, and I don't think I fully answered. Yes, we're willing to go back and make it clear on which images are local and which ones are future vision ones.
Thank you, Justin. I appreciate that. Seeing that there's no other questions, I'm going to ask a question to you. You mentioned about allocating resources and time and to implement the plan and continue to do what we're doing in terms of kind of a vision in terms of a cultural roundtable and in terms of master plan to attract and bring people to town Stony Plain. Providing those resources requires dollars. Going to other communities where I've stayed in hotels and stuff, there has been a destination fee that the community uses to use it to advertise for tourism and to bring in events. It's kind of so it's a cycle. But there was not mentioned here in terms of what we can do to maybe if we wanted to accelerate some of the suggestions that are laid out in the plan. Have you seen that in other communities? Has the destination fee been able to help a community attract what they wanted to bring in terms of tourism?
Yes, certainly. That is addressed in the report. Destination management or marketing fee could potentially be reviewed, and it is actually an action item. In the appendix, there is a quick analysis of what that fee might garner. It's actually on page 83 of that whole Appendix D talks about, or Appendix E rather, talks about funding mechanisms. But on page 83 describes the number of rooms that, another hotel rooms that is, that you have in the community, and does an analysis of what you could potentially bring in through a DMF annually. So there is an option there to look at that. It's something that you need to take sort of slowly and work with your stakeholders and see if there's an appetite for it, but that's certainly an option.
Right, and I appreciate that. And so the question is, in other communities, have you seen a positive impact through a destination marketing fee? Because, that's some of the questions I'm having when I'm talking to individuals, especially of the hotel industry, and they said, well, that's just another burden on us, right? But I said, well, there's a different way to look at it. It may be an extra fee to people that are staying in your hotel rooms, but that allows us to program and to advertise. As you mentioned, there's close to 1 million people within a 45-minute drive within town Stony Plain, right? If we can get some more people to come in for a evening, does that offset your fee for that month or for that year, right? So has there been dollars or kind of considered of how much will we collect, how much we can actually bring in? What is the economic benefit from a destination marketing fee?
Yeah, there's certainly benefit there, and there's many precedents of communities across Alberta and across Canada that implement these types of fees, and it is working well in many communities. So it's certainly a viable opportunity for you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mannies?
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is related to page 18, where you talk about organizational development and the goal to build organizational capacity to support tourism development in Stony Plain. Now, I fully understand that at the beginning stages of this, I can definitely see the town of Stony Plain taking a lead role in this, but somehow if I think of future leadership, which would be more of a people-led type of a process, for a couple of reasons. In terms of the town itself, the capacity to keep adding positions and paying for everything and doing all the work, we don't have that ability to continue to tax people to do all these things. So we need to be delegating in the future. Can you tell me how your plan would help us to move in that direction over time?
Excellent question. Thank you for that. And there certainly is an action item around establishing a standalone kind of third-party arm's length organization that would kind of be the champion of tourism. Yeah, so that's kind of like a medium-term action item. And often that comes along with analysis of whether you want to introduce a DMF or not. So the plan is short term, short to medium term is get things rolling with town led. And in our mind, at least in terms of the way we structured the action plan, to look at the opportunity, at least for the appetite for that function to be transferred out to the community at some point in the medium term.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, Councilor Mannies?
No, that's everything. That helps me a lot because I absolutely love this report. It's one of the best reports that I've seen as a councillor, and so I thank you very much for all the hard work. I do love the fact that you added some photos in there that really hit home with Generation X. We've got lots of young people, and even some of the local pictures are young people. It makes us look more, hip and an exciting place to be. I love the Heritage Park photo where just so many people are there, and of course that's where I want to be too. So very, very pleased with the overall report itself. I just wasn't sure how we could shift this off the plate of the town and move it to the people, all the organizations, the nonprofits, the profit organizations, and also the Chamber of Commerce that could certainly, they're already doing part of it now. We could continue on with that. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. Members council, any other questions of clarity and understanding for the presenter? Okay. See none. Thank you very much for your time, Justin. I definitely appreciate you joining council to make the presentation. An excellent master plan. It allows us to have a good, clear understanding of where we need to go if we want to complete the tourism master plan and how we want to be more vibrant and attract visitors and tourism into your community. I love the fact that you kind of broken down tourism into like the 4 different kinds of tourism. One for arts and culture, one for culinary, one for festivals, and one for visiting friends. And you're absolutely right with the last 16 months of lockdown and COVID-19. I think visiting friends and relatives would be the number 1 tourism activity that everybody does, is to go get reconnected with our loved ones. So that's something maybe council has to kind of focus on in the next year to see how we draw those tourism dollars into our community.
Excellent. Well, thank you very much. It's been an absolute pleasure, and we wish you well in implementation.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Good night.
Okay, members of council, moving on to number 5, which is statutory public hearings. There are none tonight, so moving on to adoption of council minutes for the RCM of May 10th. Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Town Council approve the regular council meeting minutes of May 10th, 2021 as presented.
Thank you, Councillor Bennett. Members of council, you had a chance to review them. Any errors or omissions on those minutes? All right, I didn't see any either, but just one quick question of just clarity with the recording secretary. I think I called the recess at 6:16. I thought I gave everybody 10 minutes, or did I not give everybody 10 minutes? It looks like we returned at 6:24.
Mr. Mayor, it looks like you came back at 6:24.
Okay. Okay, I better pay better time of that when I say 10 minutes, it's 10 minutes. That's my apologies. Councillor Meyer, you have a question on the minutes?
Yeah, just quickly, the cultural roundtable minutes from January 20th speaks about making a presentation in March. I was just wondering if somebody could just remind me, did they make that presentation?
Councillor Meyer, are you looking at the cultural roundtables or the RCM? We're currently dealing with 6.1.
Sorry, I'm sorry. Yeah, I am looking at the cultural roundtable.
Okay.
I will wait till that. Yep.
Okay. You'll be first to ask that question when we come back. Okay, see no more questions of clarity and understanding. I do not see any errors or omissions, so I'll call the question. All those in favor to accept for information?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Meyer, if I can make you ask you to make the motion to accept the next 2 town council boards and committee minutes as presented, and then you can ask your question.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the Council Boards Committee and meeting minutes as presented, 7.1 and 7.2.
Okay, again, go ahead with your question about the presentation.
Same question as before. I do see in the Cultural Roundtable that they were preparing to make a presentation in March. I'm just, if somebody could remind me, did we get that presentation?
Okay, thank you. Administration or the representative on the Culture Roundtable?
Your Worship, it's town manager here. Maybe I'll just ask, I know our cultural development officer is in the meeting, and maybe she can provide any comment on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, through to Councillor Meyer. The annual report was presented to council. I was just looking for the date here, but it was early in 2021. I don't know if March 1st was the exact date, but it would have been the proposed date at the time of that CRT meeting.
Yes, it was March 1st, the first governments and priorities agenda.
Thank you.
And sorry, just to follow up to that, was it just the report that was presented, or did we have a presentation?
There was a presentation about the report.
That's right. Now I do remember. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Members of Council, any other questions or comments regarding the CRT from January 20th or the TLC from March 11th and April 15th? Okay, seeing nobody's chimed in, I do have a question regarding the CRT. Guess it'd be directed to the representative, so Deputy Mayor. I'm looking at page 41 of 222. I'm looking at number 8, which is the 2021 project working groups, and on the committees that are present in terms of the ACE, the Library Art, the Poet Laureate, etc. I see a name in there as Diane Duncan. However, if I go back to the beginning of the minutes on page 39, there is no Diane Duncan listed in the members present or in regrets. So do we have a non-sitting member that is part of the committees or working groups?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to say no, we don't. But I am going to ask Chantel to confirm that for me, please. I'm not aware that we have somebody on a committee that's not a member of the board. Chantel, are you able to assist us here, please?
We do not have a non-sitting member. That is an error in the minutes. She was not present at that meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so then her name should have been in the regrets column.
Correct.
Okay, maybe to the member again, to Deputy Mayor, has these minutes of January 20th, have they been adopted or are they still draft?
Still draft, as far as my memory is.
Okay, thank you. If I can just ask you to kind of submit that, to have that corrected before it becomes official.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions or comments regarding the CRT and TLC minutes? Okay, just a comment to our representative of the TLC. Again, if members of our community and council have been driving around, there are signs up that says that the Stony Plain Pool and Spray Park will be opening soon. And for the last few years, we've had contracted the operations out to the TLC. And from what I've heard from feedback, it has been going very well. So definitely appreciate that. So Councillor Bennett, if you can take that back to the TLC and let them know how we appreciate that. And we look forward to having the spray park and the swimming pool open in the community again this year.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will take those comments back to the TLC.
Thank you. See no more hands up. I will call the question. All those in favor to accept for information as presented.
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. Move on to number 8, which is bylaws. First one is the parental leave for elected officials for second and third reading. Again, administration for the presentation, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I know that our General Manager of Corporate Services and our Manager of Legislative Services are able to speak to this.
Thank you, Town Manager, to all of Council. As you remember, this item came out of the Council Remuneration Committee work that happened late last year and the beginning of this year. And first reading was passed by Council on April 26th. Tonight, we're asking for second and third reading. And from there, it would be included as part of the nomination package, which potential election candidates would be made aware of. With that, I would just pass it over to our Manager of Legislative Services to walk you through what's included in the bylaw and the changes that we heard from first reading for your presentation tonight.
Thank you, General Manager. I just want to make sure that everybody can hear me okay and see the presentation on the screen as well.
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Perfect. Okay, so good afternoon, Your Worship and all members of Council. As the General Manager mentioned, before you this evening is second and third reading of the proposed parental leave bylaw, with first reading passing at the April 26th regular meeting of Council. As a bit of background, the parental leaves are relatively new. They were introduced by the Government of Alberta in 2017, and they are unique in the Municipal Government Act in that they specify a very specific type of leave and enable local councils to establish some guaranteed parameters around parental leave. So that is something that isn't afforded anywhere else in the Municipal Government Act. The legislation and associated bylaws do strive to balance councillors' roles as parents with their responsibilities as representatives of residents in the town of Stony Plain. The bylaws do act as one tool to encourage inclusion and diversity on municipal councils across Alberta. And just again, as a note and a follow-up to the April 26th discussion, these bylaws are largely untested in Alberta, which makes it difficult to predict any future success with the bylaw or to understand any municipal best practices surrounding these types of parental leaves at the municipal level. In addition, it does make it difficult to accurately understand what works versus what doesn't. And however, if Council chooses to pass second and third reading, we will continue to monitor the situation across Alberta and continue to reflect on those best practices and how they compare to our bylaw. The proposed bylaw before you this evening includes the following parameters. So councillors would be eligible for a parental leave at any time, regardless of the time that they have served on council. So this was an area that we revisited following the discussion at the April 26th meeting, given that it was originally proposed that councillors would be eligible only after serving at least 6 months on council. So we've removed that, meaning that it would be regardless of how much time an individual has been on council, they would be eligible for that leave. The parental leave cannot exceed 26 weeks and can begin no earlier or no later than 12 weeks before or after the estimated date of delivery or adoption of the child. The councillor would be required to provide 6 weeks written notice to the mayor or the CAO unless urgent circumstances exist, and a parental leave agreement would be required to be submitted. And as a part of that agreement, tasks or duties, if any, that the councillor would intend to perform would be included in those types of agreements. It would also describe how tasks and duties that the councillor does not intend to perform will continue and be performed either by another councillor or by town administration. And a note here as well, these agreements would be able to be revised during the leave by submitting a revision agreement to the mayor and the chief administrative officer. The councillor, it is being proposed that the councillor would receive 55% of their remuneration for the entirety of the 26-week leave. And the councillor may choose to participate in the benefits program that the town offers, with the town contributing 55% of the total cost of that package, and the councillor contributing the remaining 45%. A few key considerations, just as a note regarding the proposal. The 55% remuneration is equal to that of what an employee would be eligible to receive on the employment insurance or EI benefit. And this would be the equivalent if an individual took a maternity leave of 12 months. Obviously, the EI benefit does include an option to extend for the 18 months, but that changes the eligibility, the percentage of which they're eligible to receive. And then just a note here as well, that when comparing with employees, elected officials are not eligible for the same sort of benefits that employees would be eligible for, and that includes the EI benefit, short-term disability, and bank sick time. And the proposed bylaw does establish a remuneration that is stable, secure, and guaranteed. So what we really mean here is that regardless of the circumstances that may exist for a counselor surrounding either the birth or adoption of a child, the counselor is guaranteed that remuneration without being pressured to complete any type of work, or if circumstances change and they're unable to complete the work that they initially agreed to. This creates a peace of mind that they would still receive that 55% remuneration for the entirety of the leave. The proposal recognizes that each situation is certainly different, and that it removes a bit of a burden as well for a counselor who might be exploring a leave to commit to work within the leave agreement in order to receive that compensation. And then, as I mentioned just a little bit earlier, the guarantee that's being afforded through these types of bylaws is not something that is afforded elsewhere in the MGA. And like I said as well, they remain largely untested across Alberta. So included in the package for tonight's council meeting was an attachment respecting the research that administration had completed on other parental leave bylaws across Alberta. So at a high level, the City of Edmonton and the City of Spruce Grove, they allow for 26 weeks of leave on a formula-based approach, which is dependent on the work that is agreed to by the councillor. The City of Fort Saskatchewan, Town of Sylvan Lake, and City of Lacombe allow for 16 weeks of leave at a 55% of the base honorarium. The Town of Blackfalds offers 20 weeks of leave at 55% of the honorarium. And then Sturgeon County breaks out maternity leave and parental leave, offering remuneration based on whether a woman is taking a maternity leave and then a parental leave, or if a father is taking just a full 26 weeks of parental leave. So a brief summary of the cross-jurisdictional shows that the proposed approach for Stony Plain does ensure a slightly longer leave with a consistent remuneration over a longer period of time comparatively. The City of Edmonton, the City of Spruce Grove, and Sturgeon County do have more complex models when we look at them, but it does highlight that there is no one right approach to the parental leaves across the province. Some have chosen to keep it a little bit more simple, and others have chosen those formula-based approaches or breaking it out. So there really is no one standard across the board. And I do know that this came up on April 26th as well. So we did reach out to Parkland County, and we can confirm that they do not currently have a parental leave bylaw in place. So in tonight's lead sheet as well, we did include an alternative option, which is the formula-based approach. So this option does feature the exact same formula as is being utilized in the City of Spruce Grove, with the first 10 weeks of the leave being full remuneration and the remaining 16 weeks being dependent on the work that's agreed to by the councillor. This is certainly an option for council, but administration is not recommending it at this time, just for a couple of reasons. With the first being, it doesn't provide that guaranteed remuneration outside of the initial 10 weeks, meaning that there is a possibility that a councillor may not receive any remuneration at all if the circumstances surrounding the birth or the adoption of their child prevents them from completing that level of work that they may have initially thought they'd be able to undertake. And secondly, the formula does not provide that level of flexibility if circumstances change partway through their leave. And And what that means here is that although council may be willing to take on the duties at the beginning of that leave and have agreed to that, after the birth of the adoption, this may not be the case anymore, which could inadvertently lead to counselor being in a position where they've received no remuneration at all for a 16-week period, or the counselor feeling obligated to take on work just to ensure that they do receive some sort of remuneration. So as I mentioned earlier, given that these bylaws are certainly untested in Alberta, we will continue to monitor how the bylaws are applied when that time comes, and certainly reflect on our bylaw that's being proposed to you tonight, to ensure that it continues to meet the needs of council and the town of Stony Plain. The proposed bylaw does establish parameters surrounding the parental leave that does strive to encourage inclusion and diversity on council by acknowledging that parents and future parents do need to balance those needs when they're also serving as elected officials. So I will conclude my formal presentation there, but I'm certainly willing to answer any questions that there may be.
Thank you very much for the presentation, and definitely appreciate addressing some of the questions that council had for the April 26th meeting. That provides a lot of clarity and understanding now, and hopefully council is able to deliberate and take a step forward in our community. Councillor Bennett, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you very much. And thank you for revamping this parental leave. I think it's a really important step that Stony Plain is taking, and I liked most of the changes that have been made in this. There's just one part that is bothering me, and if you could explain the rationale, I might be a little bit more at ease. And that is, well, I'll refer to page 66 of our package, and it's the part that says the only one parental leave per council term. I noticed that it is not in all of the other ones that you compared us to. In fact, Spruce Grove doesn't have that. I just think that makes even a little bit more constrictive. It lessens people's ability to become counselors and parents. I won't even go into the fact that I had 2 maternity leaves within 3 years. So I won't even go there. I'm thinking of adoption, and the fact that, you know, when you have put in for an adoption, you really don't know when that child will become available for you. And so it can easily happen, you know, to within 4 years. So just try to explain to me the rationale for us having it in our bylaw, please.
Thank you, Councilor Bennett. Go ahead, Mr. Manager.
Your Worship, I'll jump in, and I'm not sure I can provide a ton of clarity, but I think the only thing I would say is it certainly wasn't something that was in all of the bylaws across the province that we looked at. One of the things that we were striving for when we were drafting the bylaw was, I suppose, trying to find that middle ground with respect comparatively across the board. You know, I feel comfortable that we've come and drafted a bylaw before you this evening that did try to find that middle ground with respect to these types of bylaws. You know, I think it's something that council can certainly consider as to whether or not they would allow for more than one parental leave. You can certainly take that back as well if it's council's will to look at that again. But again, I think the intent here was just to try to find that middle ground, while also balancing out that elected officials will continue to have those obligations when they're elected by the people of the municipality, and striving that balance with more than one leave. We weren't sure whether or not we could achieve that. So I would argue that that's probably why and where the intent has come from. But we're certainly willing, if it's council's discussion, if they'd like us to look at that one again specifically, to do that.
Thank you. Councilman, does that answer your question?
It answers my question, Mr. Mayor. I'm just hoping that council will always be a little bit free of thought when it comes to family situations. And I know in the past we've been very flexible and very willing to accommodate. And I would certainly, though, make the point, Mr. Mayor, after we test this out. I know everything right now is kind of a pilot, but let's really look at that again and make sure that this bylaw works for everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilman. Moving on to Councillor Laurie.
Thanks, Your Worship. And yeah, I'll just tag on quickly to Councillor Bennett's comments. I think they're great comments, and I think we have to look, essentially the parental leave bylaw is something being put in place by local governments in recognition of the fact that they're not eligible for a traditional EI or maternity or paternity leave. And so I think, looking at the same guidelines on those as to, the number of hours or the amount of work, et cetera, that has to be completed before being eligible for another term, I think we should look for something that in consideration. I don't think it's necessarily important that be in there right off the hop, but as we continue to move on with it. But I do have two specific questions. And so the first, if reference page 52, I believe it is, and the second last paragraph, it talks about the proposed approach affords a councillor the opportunity to do work and subsequently be compensated for that work at 55% of the remuneration if they so choose, but are free of any expectations. And I just want to hear a little bit more from administration on this, because I'm challenged with this, because to me, the point of a parental leave is to be free of any expectations, to be able to concentrate and focus on the raising of your child. And employers don't allow or ask employees to complete certain tasks of their employment while they are on a leave. To me, if a counselor was on a leave and decided that they had the capacity and capability to fulfill some of the duties of their job, then they should come back and not be on a leave. And, at that point in time, if they still needed coverage for a meeting here or there or things like that, I think that would fall well within, same as we do today. We have alternates on committees that are able to attend. The MGA states that, we are allowed to miss, I believe it's 3 meetings without essentially permission, and any other permissions on that. So I'm just kind of interested in understanding this from administration, because the two approaches are very different. One approach, it's talking about a phased approach depending on what work the counselor wants to do and compensating them for that, versus our approach where it's supposed to be a leave that still provides them with a base level of compensation to help pay for living expenses, etc., but allow them to not have any obligations. So why are we essentially saying, take your leave, but if you want to still do work, when we could simply just not have the leave in place and the counselor could receive full compensation?
Okay, Councillor Laurie, to the manager.
I can maybe kick this one off too, Your Worship. I have a couple of thoughts. And I would point to section 3.10 of the bylaw. It's on page 58. I think, it's a good discussion. And for us drafting the bylaw, it's difficult because maternity leave and parental leave are so personal for each individual. So we know some individuals are going to want to be still engaged, and so we want to allow them that opportunity to do that. But others are going to want to be completely removed and spend that 6 months with their child. And so that's where the terms of the bylaw just outline how that would be done. And obviously, myself being through childbirth, things change once you have the baby too. So giving some flexibility around that to adjust as it happens. I think that's the main thing of, outlining the expectations of how to communicate it with the municipality if a counselor were to go off on a parental leave, but allowing that flexibility as well. So I think it's a good question. It's a good discussion. And I think we'll learn as we sort of move elected officials through these leaves, hopefully into the future. But they would have opportunity to choose that based on their personal circumstance or their support at home, or, all the thousands of factors that would play into it for them. I'm not sure if the manager has anything more to add, but those would kind of be some of my high level thoughts around that.
So, Your Worship, if I may follow up on that, then it brings to light the question, if a counselor is still willing to do certain tasks and duties while they're on a leave, at what point in time, or I guess who would make the decision as to whether that counselor then should actually be on a leave, or if that counselor should just continue their duties and use alternates, etc., where available? And that's where I'm seeing the challenge with this, is because if a counselor is taking a leave and taking a reduction of 45% in their pay, but still performing council duties, I don't understand why we would be asking them to take a 45% reduction in pay, even if they are going to miss, the occasional committee meeting, council meeting, event, etc. We all have personal lives. We all have other employment outside of council, and at times have to use our alternates or are unable to attend events. And we don't receive any reduced remuneration for doing so. So, that's where I'm having the challenge on this. And I don't know necessarily that there is then an answer tonight on this, but it just, I struggle with saying, okay, you're going on a parental leave and you're going to lose 45% of your remuneration, but you're still going to complete duties as a counselor. I think if they're having a child or adopting a child or any of those situations and still willing to perform a certain level of their duties as a counselor, I don't see why we would be looking for them to take any reduction in their remuneration.
Right, and I think you're absolutely right there, Councillor. And this is at the own councillor's prerogative to decide to approach the town manager and the mayor about taking a leave. So if they choose not to, and then they can fulfill most of their duties, they don't have to do this. This is put in place so that if somebody does want to, as you say, just take a couple months off and just be with the family and raise the family and focus on the family, then this kicks in, and then they don't have to do any activities or duties.
Right, Your Worship.
That's how I read it. I'm not too sure if administration has some more clarity on that, because I read it differently.
You raised the exact point, though. If the counselor is willing to do a certain level of duties, so at what point in time, who decides whether those certain level of duties are acceptable for a full remuneration or are acceptable under a parental leave? Whose decision is that? Where is that threshold?
So personally, when I read this, I thought it would be up to the individual taking the leave or asking for the leave. Since they're aware of their own circumstances and their ability to balance work and life, and I don't believe it's council's prerogative to decide how much work they need to do to qualify as 100% pay. I don't think it's the town manager's job. I don't think it's the mayor's job. I believe it's the individual councillor that is applying for a parental leave or a maternity leave, saying, you know what, I'm going to take 2 months off, period, done, and then I'll come back. Like, that's totally up to them. And if they can't do it after 3 months and they say, you know what, I want to take another 2 months off, then that's on that individual.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I completely agree with that. That's not the point of my question, though. But anyways, I don't think administration has an answer on that tonight, and I'm not sure that there's much to be changed personally, and we'll get into it in debate. I don't feel that there should be any discussion of potential expectations. But I do have a second question, and it's in regards, sorry, I don't have the page number noted, so I just have to find it quickly. Page number 57, mayoral parental leave. So it speaks to if the mayor takes parental leave, any references in this bylaw to the mayor shall be deemed to refer to the deputy mayor. What this does not address, and what I don't see anywhere in this bylaw, is a potential compensation adjustment for the then deputy mayor. In our current compensation framework, we do not compensate separately for our terms as deputy mayor, because the intention is not that while we are deputy mayor, we are taking on 100% of the mayoral duties. We're only covering off when the mayor is unavailable, double booked, etc. If a mayor is taking parental leave and therefore a deputy mayor would be responsible for all of the mayoral duties during that time, should there not be a consideration of the additional compensation or the mayoral compensation to the deputy mayor during that period of time?
Right. That's a good question. Administration?
Your worship. Oh, sorry, the town manager, I see, jumped on here, so I'll let him.
That's okay, Ms. Ellis, go ahead.
I just had a couple quick comments, and then I'll certainly turn it over to the town manager and the general manager for anything further. Your worship, through to Councillor Laurie, it's a good question and it's a good consideration. I think something with this bylaw that I try to keep in my mind when we were drafting it and we were researching the other bylaws is to really focus on the fact that this is an enabling bylaw. So the root cause of this bylaw, the root support of this bylaw is to create that security for a councillor who may be experiencing a parental leave, whether or not it's a maternity leave or a paternity leave, whatever the case may be. And I think the one thing with this bylaw is it enables that, but I don't think it constricts any other considerations that an agreement of the parental leave might take into consideration, which might include, something like a mayoral compensation. And I don't think it overrides the council's ability to explore that further if that case were to ever arise. I think that the bylaw allows for that to happen, but if it were to happen and the bylaw was silent on it or council wished to have further discussion on it, I don't think it removes that ability for council to further make that decision, or for the agreement, that parental leave agreement, to make that contemplation either. I really think that what this does is it establishes that base level and it establishes that enabling provision for that council to consider it. But I don't think it provides the maximum, if that makes any sense at all.
Excellent. Yeah, no, thank you. That does. And I think maybe there's an opportunity for the next time the compensation policy is reviewed to maybe put some type of clause in there, not only for a parental leave, but if the mayor were to become incapacitated in any way, shape, or form, like we saw in a neighboring municipality, how that might work. So I think that's great points. Thank you for bringing that.
Thank you. And thank you, Councillor Laurie, for those questions. Move on to Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I think overall this is a very well-written parental leave bylaw. I do agree with everything that, pretty much everything that's in here. I concur with Councillor Bennett with regards to one per term. I would really like to see that not in here. I would like to ensure that we are ensuring that our council is a diverse group and that we attract individuals to this that may be in that situation where they are planning to have children, and that shouldn't stop somebody from being a counselor and or adopting a child, whatever it is. So I really would appreciate us reconsidering that and just removing that. And the second thing, with regards to what Councillor Laurie spoke of, if I was asked to fulfill all of the mayor's duties for 5 months and not get paid, for that, I would probably pass that on to somebody else, because why would I do that? So I think that you need to be placing the things that in this policy or in this bylaw that should be there. And one of those things would be to compensate an individual for that job. And secondly, to ensure that if somebody ends up in a situation where they have 2 pregnancies or they have 2 requirements for a leave, well, so be it. That person could be on council for 3 terms and provide a great service to this community. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mattis. Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and to administration. Very good report tonight. I think that we have a very good starting point for everything that needs to come forward. I'm disappointed that the MGA doesn't address this in a more in-depth form. One of the things that did concern me a little bit is I can remember when we had our council remuneration package presented to us by the Remuneration Committee, and they were very clear that we were not a city of Edmonton and we were not the city of Spruce Grove. We were referenced to as many smaller municipalities, hence where we sit with a lot of the things that council is getting. And I'm just wondering why administration took the 2 places, the 26 weeks, and placed that in here when both those references were made clear by the council administration committee that we did not fall within those terms, and normally we fall just a bit below. Not that I'm suggesting that we should be a lot different, but I think we need to set the standards the same within our organization as the standards that our community just communicated to us that we as council should be.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Pletchko. Administration, anything comment regarding that? I think the policy does review other municipalities besides the city of Spruce Grove and the city of Edmonton.
Yes, Your Worship, that's correct. I think, again, there is no perfect recommendation for what the bylaw should be. It's really what council's comfortable for. And we definitely are on the higher end of the week's leave. Part of the recommendation there was just circling back to being a diverse and inclusive community. But again, you know, that could fall within the range. Those would be my comments around that.
So thank you. Any more questions or comments regarding the presentation? Members of council, it is presented to us, so if council would like to make adjustments to the bylaw, that is easily done when we go through a debate and the motion can be made to amend it. Okay. Any other questions? Okay, see none. Thank you for the presentation, administration. Moving on to 8.1. I need a motion for second reading, and I'll go with Councillor Mattis. Go.
The town council gives second reading to parental leave for elected officials bylaw 2645/G/21.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor Mattis. Members of council, so it is on the floor. We can debate it. We can talk about it, and we can make changes and propose changes if we like. Councillor Bennett, I'll start with you. Councillor Bennett.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. I was just texting you that I wanted to speak. I didn't hear you say my name. Okay, so, you know, I don't think that we're ever going to get it perfect this first time out. And what are the chances that it, number one, will even be used, or number two, how many times it will be used? But I do think it is the perception that we're trying to get out there is that Stony Plain is an inclusive and diverse town. And in that, we want to open this up to everyone who wants to, who thinks they have the talent, who have a viewpoint that they want to express, who want to represent their community. So, so in saying that, Mr. Mayor, I would like to remove the section on the parental leave being once per council term. For me, the less restrictions we have on people, the better perception it puts out there, and I think that the better it will be received by any candidate who wants to run for council. So I would like to propose that change, and then as for everything else, I think that we just need to be flexible, and we've always been flexible before, and I don't see any reason why our council wouldn't be for all the other points that Councillor Laurie and Councillor Palechko were making. That's all I'll have to say, but I would like to propose a motion to amend to remove the phrase one parental leave per council term. I think it just opens it up for more people to be able to run.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bennett. So administration, does it have to be a motion to amend, or can we do this to unanimous consent, or just?
Your worship, it's the manager of legislative services. I'll jump in here, but if the town manager or the general manager have anything to add, I would probably recommend that we do an amending motion to give second reading to the parental leave for elected officials bylaw as amended, and then we can list that amendment as well to remove section 3.5.0. So we would be amending the main motion to reflect that, to give second reading as amended.
Okay.
If that makes any sense.
Sounds good. Okay, so Councillor Bennett, then your motion would be to remove 3.5.0 from the bylaw.
That's right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so I'll accept that. Members of council, we'll deal with that motion. The motion is to remove section 3.5.0 from the bylaw. Questions, comments, debate? Okay, Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I fully support the intent behind this motion, but it does leave me with a little bit of concern, because what it does, it does open up the opportunity for abuse. Now, again, when we look at this bylaw and we look at exactly the likelihood of it being used and how often it's going to be used, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Again, this bylaw is meant to align, or my intention of this bylaw is to align to what a employee would be entitled to in a regular workforce, so that the duty of a counselor does not become a burden comparative to another career. So while I agree that they shouldn't be limited to one parental leave per term, I also do believe that there is a level of fulfillment of duties that is required to be eligible. So, it's tough, and I'm not sure how we can amendment. And I would look for administration to potentially comment about if there could be some verbiage or something added that would align, if you want to call it that, with the employment standards code and whatever bylaws and laws exist for the employment standards in respect to paternity and maternity leave and the potential eligibility for such, which is tough because I agree with not having a minimum put on for how long a counselor must serve before being eligible to take the first one. But again, I'm just not sure that it should just be blank slate. I know some of the other bylaws do state that an additional term or an extension of a term can be granted by council. I wonder if maybe something like that in the bylaw would be more appropriate rather than just a counselor shall be provided one parental leave per term. Maybe we could have a verbiage that says something about any extension of a parental leave or an additional parental leave can be at council discretion. Maybe that's an option.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Bennett.
Are you asking me, Mr. Mayor, to comment on what Councillor Laurie just said?
Yeah, does that make sense to you of what?
No, it makes no sense to me at all. None. I think we just need to keep it simple and it's just it doesn't need to be in there. It's not in everyone else's. Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Laurie, I just don't agree that we need that.
So, Your Worship, for clarity, it is in others. That's why I had the example, because there are others that do state. I believe Blackfalds was the last one that I was looking at that stated it. Sorry, I'm just finding it here. So page 75. A counselor will be provided one parental leave per term on council. At the discretion of council and with the support of the majority of council, an extension to the approved parental leave or a subsequent leave may be granted. So that's why I bring this forward, because it is not carte blanche. It does exist in other policies, and I feel that it's addressed in others' policies for the same reasons, because when the intent of this is to apply with employment standards. Paternity and maternity leave is not just something that can be done sequentially over and over and over again. There are certain requirements that do have to be fulfilled in order to become eligible for it. And while I'm not in favor of putting those on from the very beginning, I think for a subsequent leave, at least at the discretion of council, would potentially be a viable option.
Great, thank you. So, Councillor Bennett. So the suggestion of the option, Councillor Laurie, is saying that he agrees with your concept and understanding, but instead of removing that line is to leave 3.50, but reword it to say an extension can be approved for parental leave, provided that there's support from the majority of council. So that doesn't stipulate that you can only have one parental leave or two or three. It is saying our bylaw does not exceed 26 weeks, and if you want more than that, that could be granted to the majority of council. And I think that's what you kind of mentioned earlier about council being very adaptive and kind of working within the team to find solutions to problems. And if there's an issue here that can be resolved, then definitely council can provide an extension to above at 26 weeks.
Mr. Mayor, I don't want to be obtuse, but I think that putting roadblocks in people's head that this is there and you could get it or you maybe not get it depending on your council, I just think that the perception is wrong. And I'm willing to hear my other counselors on this matter and adjust my thinking. But from the arguments that Councillor Laurie has just put forward, I'm sorry, I just do not agree. I maybe need to hear from administration that in any job, if you're comparing the employment standards, if any job would delegate how many times you can become pregnant or have a child within a term of your employment. I just don't think that that's in the employment standards. But again, I could be wrong. I'm willing to listen to other opinions.
Okay, Councilor Bennett, we'll just kind of continue going on. You can think about that, and we'll come back to your motion to remove 3.5, and then we'll go from there. Councilor Matties?
Thank you, Your Worship. I do 100% concur with what Councillor Bennett has recommended as an amendment. I do not believe that we should add a whole lot of different rules. I don't believe that anybody would intentionally try and basically take advantage of a system. I think people that come to this work, they do so out of honor and serving their community. And we should be supporting women. I don't believe that a council should decide on this. It's like if I was in administration and my colleagues got to decide if I should be able to have a child, in 2 and 4 years. I just can't even believe that we would think that. So I'm really hoping that we all support Councillor Bennett's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Matties. Councillor Plechko?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Well, I can hear what Councillor Bennett and Linda Matties is talking about. I'm not sure that I can concur with what their thinking is. I think about other bylaws that they put in place over the last little while that really limit what council can and can't do, who can and can't be on council. And it has me gravely concerned to sit here and listen to them today talk about how this is a unique and diverse council. I also look at Spruce Grove's length and period of leave, and it's very specific, and maybe I read this wrong and misunderstood totally, but theirs is a maximum of 26 weeks. Now, if you want to extend that, you have to have the support of the majority of council. When I look at the term, it doesn't speak to 1 or 2 or 3 leaves of absence. It speaks specifically on the length and period to 26 weeks. So I'm just wondering if a individual decided they wanted to take 13 weeks, if they could take another 13 weeks at a further date when they're having a second child or possibly adopting a second child or possibly even looking after a parent, because this is all kind of part and parcel to that. So if administration can speak to that a little bit, it would help me to understand a little bit better.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Plechko. Administration?
Your Worship, through the Councillor Plechko, it's a good discussion. I can't speak to the intent of Spruce Grove's bylaw with respect to, the intent behind the way that it's written. Certainly, I think it would be a valid interpretation the way that you're reading it, that it does say up to 26 weeks of leave, meaning that there's no requirement for them to take the full 26 weeks. There would be some, obviously when the agreements come up for review between the mayor and the CAO, that would be part and parcel to that consideration to make sure that it's in accordance with that full 26 weeks. Again, that's probably my interpretation, and I can't speak to what that intent was when Spruce Grove passed it, but I think it's probably a reasonable understanding that you have mentioned.
So just a quick comment, if I could, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So I'm just wondering, even if we added this in, removed the one term, added this in, our 26 weeks could be interpreted another way. How do we make this clear that, I'm not even sure how to ask the question, because I need clarity to know that it's, you know, is it the 26 weeks in total? Can they divide that up? Is it 2 terms? By just removing this, I'm not sure I have clarity on what it is that the individual can do, or if they actually need to come to council to have approval to do it.
Okay, that's a good question, because I had the same question as well, Councilor Pletchko. So if we did remove that, the bylaw still stipulates that the maximum is 26 weeks. 26 weeks, could it be divided into 2 13-week periods, or could it be divided into, 8-week periods? Like, we don't, so the bylaw still stipulates it's a maximum of 26 weeks. So that is a good question. Administration?
Sorry, Your Worship, I'm thinking at the same time. What we probably could do is we could rearrange it so it's specific to a single leave, could be up to 26 weeks, and then, I mean, if it is certainly the desire of council, then I think it would be amending that section 3.5.0 for the clarity to speak to additional parental leaves, would then be, they would be considered separately, and those potentially, as some of the discussion has occurred this evening, would then be approved by council. I think is probably the way in which we would have to capture it. If we did want to create that clarity around it, I would suggest probably creating the clarity around, a single leave. So that a parental leave cannot exceed 26 weeks. And then additional parental leaves would then be, would have to be approved by council, or however, but I think in order to create the clarity that Councillor Pletchko, I think, is maybe seeking, is that would probably be the way we would have to do it. But I'll let the GM or the general manager or the town manager speak as well if they have any additional thoughts on that.
Your Worship, it's town manager. I'm gonna maybe jump in on that question as I believe I heard it, but also maybe provide a few other comments. To begin with, Your Worship, I would put forward to council that, the vast majority of public policy, whether it's bylaw, a policy, a law, a statute, or what have you, the attempt is to be able to handle, the vast majority of situations that are likely to occur. A bylaw, a policy, most of public policy cannot and is unable to handle every potential permutation that could arise. Typically, there's some leeway built in. Typically, you're allowing for the judgment of those interpreting the bylaw at the time to exercise that judgment, either as an individual interpreting it or as a whole. If I understood Councillor Pletchko's question, I think the first thing, though, to also be aware of is, we're talking in semicircles here again. There's a motion on the floor. That is to remove section 3.5. So on the assumption that that motion passes, then an individual would be able to seek more than one leaves of absence under this bylaw. As I read it, as I understand it, those leave of absence are up to 26 weeks, up to, not maximum, or not has to be 26, but up to. So I think it stands to reason that if this motion was to pass, an individual could access this bylaw through parental leave more than one time to a maximum of 26. Should this motion fail and 3.5 remain inside the bylaw, I believe that would then cap, again, at 26 weeks maximum as per only one leave of absence being allowed. I'm going to stop there, Your Worship, and just see if that is clear or what have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Town Manager. So your understanding is that if the motion is to remove 3.51 as the amendment, if that is removed, then it goes to that each parental leave shall not exceed 26 weeks, and there is no limit. So then, therefore, somebody can have as many parental leaves as required.
That would be my interpretation, Your Worship, and that'll be correct, subject to further motion by council to make any changes.
Okay. And just going back to some of the comments that were kind of just batted around, was in terms of making it kind of fair for other employees. I believe for employees, I don't know if administration can provide some better information, but I believe that there is a hour requirement before somebody's eligible for parental leave or maternal leave. Can administration provide some numbers and some clarity on that?
Yes, Your Worship.
I don't think you get hired and then the week after ask for a parental leave or maternal leave.
Yes, Your Worship, there is you must work for the employer for 90 days to be guaranteed the position you're coming back to. As well, there is so if there's a subsequent maternity leave, there is a 600 insured hours requirement as well. So based on a 35-hour work week, that sort of calculates out to 17 weeks that the employee would be required before they would be eligible for employment insurance. Again, that was 600 hours as well as 90 days.
Okay, thank you. Go back to my list. Okay, so Councillor Bennett, I don't have a problem with the motion to remove this. But I do have some questions of concern, and I think that was just kind of provided some clarity by the general manager in terms of we're not trying to prevent anybody from being a mother or adopting children. I think in terms of fairness and equity, town councillors are not eligible for EI, and this policy here is to allow some kind of normality, to allow us council members to have some kind of insurance program or the ability to step away from the role as an elected official to raise and focus on the family. We just heard that for employment standards, that an employee has to work 90 days before they're eligible to be guaranteed their job. Well, council with this bylaw has waived that 90 days. And we also heard that an employee has to work 600 hours before they're eligible for maternity benefits through EI. So again, we've kind of waived that here as well. We're just saying that you have 26 weeks. And if we remove that, does it provide enough hours in between for somebody so that our standards are similar to what our employees are getting? Councillor Bennett, do you want to kind of answer those questions or kind of provide some feedback on that? Because from what I'm hearing, that we want to make it more standardized and so that it's equal to what employees are getting, but yet our bylaw far exceeds that.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I can provide some feedback, but could I ask you, in this process, there's a motion on the table. We've debated the motion. Am I now closing the motion so that it's up for vote? Is that the process we're using?
Well, the process is we're dealing with your amendment is to remove that section, and we're kind of debating why we think it should be or should not be removed.
Okay, we're debating that, and then is debate over after I have provided this last statement?
No.
Okay, then, Mr. Mayor, if you don't mind, I'd like to hear if other councillors have anything else to say rather than giving you feedback on what I think and then hearing from somebody else. Would that be all right with you? And then I'll close the debate.
Maybe, unless somebody else has something else to say or add to it, because there's some questions that are still underlying for me that are not answered. And since you are the mover of the motion, I would like to see your perspective on those comments and questions that I've raised.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you're making some very good points, and I'm considering everything that you've said. Honestly, I think we're spending way too much time on something that may or may not ever happen. But in saying that, I want to be very clear that I think that this parental bylaw is a parental leave of absence bylaw is a very important step in the future councils for Stony Plain. I think anything that inhibits a person, and I'm speaking person, although specifically a woman, from running, be that they have to go back to council for certain permissions, they have to work a certain amount of time, they have to put in a certain number of hours. I think, Mr. Mayor, that we are truly trying to put up roadblocks for what should be a very clean and positive step in our development as an inclusive and diverse council. So, Mr. Mayor, that is my feedback. I don't know that I can be any more clear on how I feel about this parental leave of absence bylaw.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bennett. And I agree with you, and I 100% support this bylaw. I'm just asking for clarity in terms of why is this bylaw far exceed what our staff are getting?
Mr. Mayor, councillors are not staff. We don't get unemployment insurance. We don't have the same number of specific hours to put in. We have a totally different standard of work practice. Our responsibility is to our public. And in doing so, I think everyone who runs for council needs to be very aware of that and be very clear that that is their role, to represent their constituents. And so to compare us directly, like I liked the fact that we kind of thought about what the standards are for our town employees and for council, but our work, our responsibilities cannot be compared to a staff for even the town of Stony Plain.
Hey, Councillor Matties, you have a question?
I don't have a question. I have a comment, and that
Okay.
is with regards to the unemployment insurance and the requirements that were provided to us. So basically, the hour requirement before being allowed for leave is 90 days. Well, in all likelihood, I mean, just all likelihood, probably would pass that test for most women who are pregnant. Secondly, with regards to the 17 weeks, that's like 4 months, and not likely would somebody come back from maternity and then leave again in 4 months. It takes 9 months, the last time I checked, to have a baby. Or, you know, in the case that it didn't happen, it's because somebody ended up adopting a baby and they wouldn't have any choice in the matter of when they got that child. So I think along the lines of what Councillor Bennett is saying is that we do need to be flexible on this, and creating all these rules is just not flexible, and it surely isn't a supportive of a diverse and inclusive community and council that represents this community. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Matties. Councillor Laurie, you have a comment?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, and I just wanted to draw a very clear line that I don't think anybody here is contesting the eligibility of leave, and anybody here is contesting, the inclusion and diversity of welcoming people to be on council who are looking to become parents in any way, shape, or form. I think what we're looking at, though, is there's two very different issues. There is the ability to take leave, and then there is compensation for leave. And I think the ability to take leave is something that I believe we have to put in place, because there are sections in the MGA that essentially state that if a counselor does not fulfill duties X, Y, and Z, they can be removed from their position. So we are looking to protect that person's position by creating a bylaw that allows them to take leaves. And I have absolutely no problem whatsoever with having this bylaw in place on that purpose. The flip side of that is in respect to the compensation side of things, and to what essentially the compensation requirement or the compensation allowance, or however you want to refer to it, for a counselor should be. And that's where I think the lines are being drawn in comparison between that and employment standards. And as you had mentioned, the 600 insurable hours that are required in between paid leaves. You could take a consecutive leave, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that leave is paid. And so I just want to be very clear when we're speaking about this, when we're talking about this, because it has been brought up. Our policy is already what I would call very lucrative at 26 weeks at 55%. We see other policies that allow for up to 26 weeks of leave, but also potentially leave you at 0% compensation. And so I think this is more a discussion, or at least my concerns that I brought forward are more concerns in regards to the compensation piece, not necessarily the leaves. As far as I'm concerned, the provision for leave should be in there to protect the counselor's position, so that when they are able to return, they are able to return, their position is still here. We don't have to exclude that counselor. That counselor does not get, for lack of better terms, punished for becoming a parent. So my challenge on this still is in respect to the compensation piece. And so, I would be interested to hear if administration has some other options on that. I'd be interested to hear if, there's any other feedback on the potential structure of the compensation portion of the leave. Maybe we remove the word consecutive weeks out of 3.3 and it's 26 weeks of compensated leave, with the ability for compensation to be extended, by resolution of council. And then that 26 weeks can be taken in whatever way, shape, or form, as you previously mentioned. I agree, we're spending a lot of time on this. I do think it's important, though, and I appreciate the conversation that is going on.
Okay. Thanks for the comments, Councillor Laurie. Moving to Councillor Plechko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm looking for some clarity again on the 26 weeks. I asked the question regarding the term, and I got two different answers, I believe. One from Larray, the way I had anticipated, and the second was from the town manager, the way he anticipated. So my concern here is each of us have anticipated or thought of something different the way it's laid out. I need clarity on the 26 weeks. How do we make sure that the 26 weeks are addressed in a proper form?
Your Worship, I can provide again a comment, but as I read this, Your Worship, and as how I would probably interpret it if it was in front of me and we had to talk it through. But again, if that was the case, we would have an opportunity to talk about it, think about it, and try to appreciate the best possible way forward. We allow for 26 weeks, and that's, to me, that's the number. Again, if this motion was to pass, then that would be open. You're allowed a parental leave of up to 26 weeks, and however many times that would occur in the span of a 4-year term. I'll ask Councillor Plechko if that makes sense or what. I'm a little confused myself now, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you. I think 3.30 says the parental leave is permitted by this bylaw should not exceed 26 consecutive weeks. So it does not, Councillor Laura, you mentioned that earlier, so is it 26 consecutive weeks or 26 weeks in total? So for example, if you only need, 10 weeks off when you adopt a child or have a baby and want to come back to work. So that still leaves you 16 weeks for you to use at another time. Or is it 26
Well, I
weeks?
think, Your Worship, I'll offer some further interpretation here as you kind of walk this thing through. Like the 3.5 clearly indicates 1 leave per term. So if that stays in, if that motion is defeated, that motion and 3.5 stays in, then it's 26 weeks once, up to 26 weeks once. Full stop. If that motion goes away, now it opens it up a little bit further, in my opinion, because you cannot exceed 26 consecutive weeks, but you can apply more than once. You get down a little bit further, notice, the start date, the estimated date of delivery, the estimated, how long are you going to be off? That's the basic questions that would be filled in. Well, again, I cannot foresee every permutation of what could happen, but an individual may ask for 13 weeks and then come back. And again, 2 years later may go on another leave and ask for 26, but come back early. There's a certain amount of flexibility that is allowed should the 1 year or 1 parental leave per term be removed. If that stays, it brackets it fairly clear. One term or 1 leave per term. I'll stop there again, Your Worship, and just if that offers some interpretive perspective from my view.
Great, thank you, Town Manager. Councillor Pleshko, so you heard from the Town Manager. If we remove 3.5, then the interpretation is there is no limit to the number of parental leaves per term an individual can request.
Just a quick comment there. If you go to 2.7.0, it suggests parental leave, and again, it opens up interpretation, means a period of time during which a councillor is entitled to an absent from all council and council committee meetings. This directly talks about it prior to 26 weeks. So as I read through the legal forms that we have here for this, it leaves me wondering, when we're specific with the 26, as to where that lies. We'll leave it there. I think we're spending a lot of time here, but for me, this does leave a lot of open doors, and I think it needs to be closed a little bit. We got to start someplace, and maybe tonight is the place where we just accept for what we have without amendments and changes to see how that works, and then move forward within it. I think it allows for a lot of people, it allows for our ladies to be able to have leave, and it also allows for them to take that time. So I think it speaks to a lot of things, and I think it's a very good policy to start with. And again, some of my concerns go to, our remuneration committee was very specific when they chose the number of things that we got in that compensation package for council, and we were not compared to the big cities, and this package completely compares to the big cities. So having one little item in there that may need to be addressed, and maybe we bring this back after year 2 or 3 to have this addressed with the next council, might be just another way of doing things. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshko. Councillor Meyer, please.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I appreciate all my fellow councillors' comments on this item. But I'll try and keep my comments directly to Councillor Bennett's motion of removing section 3.5.0. So maybe it's just the way I see the point of what we're trying to do with our parental leave for elected officials. In my opinion, I think we are trying to entice mothers. We are trying to grow and foster this perspective that maybe is absent in Stony Plains councils of the past, and so I mean, it's not maybe as widespread. I do know that Spruce Grove has a number of mothers, but I think what I view this bylaw as trying to do is it's trying to entice the role of mother to also include the aptitude of leadership. I mean, if that's the right word. Aptitude, maybe it's not the right word. The skill set. I mean, when I think of mother, I want to also think of leader. And so, yeah, maybe being a mom does mean having 2 kids in 3 years. And so I would not want to discourage someone from thinking I can't be a counselor because I also want to be a mom. So I will be supporting the removing of the section 3.5.0. I think there's a few counselors that have also mentioned already, you know, like it's not necessarily a high likelihood that this will be taken up, but like I say, I think we're trying to entice a group of people who haven't seen themselves as possible candidates for this position, and so that's what I'm supporting Councillor Bennett's motion here.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Meyer. Councillor Loy, Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Pardon me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everybody who's weighed in on this. It's a really an important topic, to be sure. When I look at it here, I'm not only looking at somebody who becomes pregnant while on council. I'm looking more at the adoption side of things. Many of you probably know that people who would adopt, they're in the queue. Sometimes it can take a long time. They get that adoption, and quite often, and I've known several, they can get the second child fairly quickly because they've broken that barrier. They've been approved. So for that reason, I would also be supporting this to the removing of the section 3.5 more on the adoption side. And then to throw another little quirk in there too, there's lots of people, and my wife and I know of several, again, who have adopted, and while they're waiting for things, all of a sudden, shish bang boom, she's pregnant. So now we have an adoption and a pregnancy. It's a very complicated topic. I'm going to support the removal of section 3.5 and open this up for people to put their names forward. It's also, if I understand this right, it's also for the men who are on council that they can take the leave, or correct me if I'm wrong on that one, paternity leave as well. My real question though, and I don't know whether Mr. Mayor falls into this, is the compensation issue. If there's a deputy mayor and the mayor's gone, is this separate at this time?
That is separate.
Thank you. Then I've made my comments. I will be supporting removing section 3.5.0 for my reasons.
Okay. Thank you, and I appreciate Deputy Mayor for raising one question and one comment for clarification for all of us. I think there's some comments regarding have to attract women to the role or to bring more diversity, and this bylaw is not a gender-based bylaw. It is a parental leave bylaw, and Deputy Mayor mentioned it is both for men and women. So we'll try to keep that above board here, guys. This is not based on gender. It is based on a paternity leave for members of council.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Okay. Councillor Bennett, before I go to you, I will support the motion. I think we do have good pulse here that needs to be approved. This is a great step for Stony Plain to move forward in. Changing that does provide some clarity and more flexible in terms of the bylaw. You know, maybe we can add something different later on in terms of like, you know, you can have more than one per term, or we can change the word from, I think there was a line in there that was mentioned that is 26 consecutive weeks. So maybe it's just 26 weeks total. So you can have as many parental leaves as you wish based on some of the comments that were made, as long as it does not exceed 26 weeks through the whole term. That might be debated later on. I'm not too sure, but in terms of this amendment, I will support it. Councillor Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is my closing statement, and I appreciate all of the comments that my fellow councillors made in regards to this motion. Mr. Mayor, my intention is just to put Stony Plain on a future path. In the past, this would not have even been thought of, because to be perfectly honest, in the distant past, most of the people who ran for council were retired, and they were men. And I'll stand corrected, because I know in Stony Plain we have had women on different at different times as part of council. I've always been very proud of that fact. But Mr. Mayor, I think what we're trying to do here is just set the course and open this up so that there are very few roadblocks. And I too am in agreement with you that this is not just about women. This is about opening up for men also, who need to take, a lot of times it's the men who are staying home with the babies now. So, you know, I'm considering all of that. I'm considering couples that, gay couples who will someday be part of Stony Plain Council. Open it up for less roadblocks for our LGBTQ plus members of our society. So, Mr. Mayor, I think that this is a very, very good step in the right direction. Thank you very much for allowing this debate.
Thank you very much. And so the amendment to remove section 3.5.0. I call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, there's 6 hands in favor. Oh, there's 7 hands in favor.
Thank you. So Councillor Mattis, your motion has now been changed and altered so that Town Council can give a second reading to the parental leave for elected official bylaw as amended.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Members of council, any questions or comments, debate regarding that motion? Anything else we would like to see changed? Okay, seeing none, I'm going to call a question. All those in favor of second reading?
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Yep. Moving on to third reading. Councillor Pletchko, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council give third reading to parental leave for elected officials bylaw 2645/G/21.
Okay. As amended, please.
As amended.
Thank you. Members of council, good conversation, deliberation regarding the parental leave bylaw. Any other questions, comments, alterations to the timing, to the length, etc.? Councilor Laurie.
Thank you, Your Worship. First, just a question to administration. Is there a provision as to when this bylaw will be reviewed again by council?
I think it's built in for 2025.
Okay, or as deemed necessary. Okay, I'll just make a comment then, Your Worship. I think this bylaw certainly is not perfect, but I think it is definitely a step in the right direction. As I've heard a couple of times tonight, I don't think the use of this bylaw will be, you know, in high demand. However, I do think it opens a lot of doors and does provide a lot of clarity and opportunity for some people who may not have felt that they had the opportunity to run for council because of some of the provisions that aren't provided as an elected official that are provided under things like employment standards. So I will support this as is. I certainly think it could be polished up, and there are things that could be changed and or approved on it as we move forward. And maybe next council term we'll be fortunate enough to have somebody on council who will put this bylaw to the test, and we can get some real life experience as to what it may look like, how it actually acts when it's in place, and if there are any downfalls or any items that may need changed on it.
Thank you. Comments, Councilor Laurie. Any other members of council?
Your Worship, if I may, it's the town manager.
Yeah, go ahead.
I'll be brief, Your Worship. I just wanted to comment on the clause of or as deemed necessary. So there's two other checkpoints before 2025 that one being, and I believe our manager spoke to it directly, that you know, should any of the other bylaws in existence be utilized, we would keep a close eye on that and you know, have the ability to inform council at that point in time. Your Worship, this could also be something that's flagged during the council remuneration process as a whole for consideration and potential review by that group. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Questions? Okay. Administration, thank you much for the work that you've done to draft this bylaw and to bring it before council and making those revisions that council spoke of on April 26th. Again, we appreciate that fact that you took, I think, over 13 or 15 different municipalities and looked at what they have for a parental leave bylaw to come something that is uniquely Stony Plain. As we read through the bylaw, we can tell that it is not, does not mimic any municipality. So it is a combination of the things that we see that might fit within the town of Stony Plain. I'm glad that we got through second reading, and hopefully the third reading will pass as well. Sometimes we don't need to let excellent get in the way of very good. This is a very good step for the town of Stony Plain. And as mentioned by members of council here, could it be better? Everything can be better. We're always in the process of making our organization better, making ourselves better. So definitely, but do we know how it's going to work? No. So we definitely need to have this approved so we as a council and we as the municipality can see how this bylaw actually takes into effect when it's being used through parental leave for both men and women in the future. For a bylaw like this, I would have appreciated this bylaw when I was a young dad. We had some issues with our children, and it would have been nice to have a bylaw where I could just say, you know what, go to my mayor and town manager at that time and say, you know what, I need a couple weeks off because we're dealing with something at home. So I think going forward, this is a great step for our community and a great step for members of council that will be sitting in our roles in the future. With that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, the 7 hands in favor.
Thank you very much. And it is currently 7:04, so let us recess here for a couple minutes. So please, everybody come back at 7:14, please. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to our council meeting. Moving on to our 8.2 of our agenda, and it is the back storm pond slope remediation. So again, there's a borrowing bylaw, so go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll ask our General Manager of Corporate Services to speak to this.
Thank you, Town Manager, to Your Worship and all of Council. So tonight we are asking for approval of the back stormwater facility construction project to proceed, and a borrowing bylaw first reading is in front of you. Should Council pass these motions tonight, the borrowing bylaw would be advertised per the MGA requirements, and then second and third reading would come back in a subsequent meeting. I would just pass it over to our Manager of Finance, who will walk you through the request for decision. And I think we also have our Manager of Engineering, should there be any technical questions around the Storm Pond project. Manager of Finance, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening, Your Worship and Council. The UMBAC Stormwater Facility design and construction was presented as part of the 2021 to 2023 corporate plan in November. In that plan, the project construction was earmarked to begin in 2022 with design in 2021. The detailed design on this project has been completed, and due to the urgency of the project, administration is recommending the project be approved in 2021, funded by debenture in the amount of $12,075,000. Included in the council package is a detailed technical analysis document to further explain the urgency. Furthermore, the debenture bylaw has been included for consideration of first reading. The debenture of $12,075,000 will be repayable by future storm user rates and will be reflective in the rates starting in 2022. The chart on page 80 of the package represents the monthly increase by user type. Due to the movement of construction and debenture, the full impact of the debenture payments would need to be realized in the rates in 2022. The approval of this debenture bylaw would bring the town to 52% of its debt limit utilized. To be compliant with the MGA requirements of a 2-week advertisement period and a 15-day petitionable period after last publication, the second and third readings of the debenture bylaw will be on June 28th. At this time, we will take any questions council may have.
Thank you very much for the presentation and the commentary. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding in the presentation? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just a question through you to administration in regards to the UMBAC Stormwater Facility Construction Project. When we refer to that, there was some conversation that obviously, for those who are unfamiliar, is the stormwater pond that is at the dog park here in town. There was conversation about road improvements and the facilitation of an actual proper washroom building with running water available not only for the washroom facility, but also I believe as drinking water for the dogs. Is that something that is included in this construction project, or is that going to be a separate item that is going to be brought forward with other funding considerations?
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie.
Your Worship, it's the General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure here. I can answer the question through you to Councillor Laurie. So the road and the washroom are separate projects, which would be brought forward outside of the request today. The request today is strictly dealing with the slope stability and the concerns and urgency related to that project.
Okay, thank you, General Manager. And can you provide a timeline for that? I believe we're talking about the road or the access road to the back off leash dog park for a while now, and I believe that there was some remediation while that was happening. Do you have a timeline for us?
Yes, Your Worship. For clarity, the gravel portion of the road was scheduled to be completed this summer, and it is still on schedule. It's a separate project that was approved previously, actually last year, that was deferred from last year, and the improvement that is in consideration beyond the gravel state would be a paved road structure, which would be considered in next year's planning in relation to the corporate plan.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of washrooms and water, that discussed when we had the presentation of the Friends of the Dog Park. I came and did the presentation. Any timeline or kind of a schedule for that? And
Your Worship, yes, I can answer that question. The washroom is the detailed design is being completed as we speak. It is behind the detailed design on the slope project. So administration would be bringing forward a growth capital initiative to deal with the washroom as a separate item, which would be funded separately and at council's discretion through part of the corporate plan.
thank you very much, General Manager. Councilor Laurie, anything else?
No, thank you, Your Worship. I'm glad to see those projects are still moving forward and understand that we'll be looking at different funding sources for them.
Okay. Councilor Mattis, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of questions of just trying to have some clarity. With regards to the debt limit, it says that it'd be 52% of the provincial limit. What will that be in terms of percentage of our internal limit? So that's my first question. Secondly, we're having a 70% increase in the stormwater rate to cover this cost. What I'm concerned about is on page 97, it talks about the levy, and it basically says the municipality shall levy and raise in each year utility rates sufficient to pay the indebtedness. Well, basically, I like this. So this is going to cover this 70% increase is going to cover the cost of this debenture on an annual basis. Is that correct?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your
Ms.
Worship,
Trish?
through you to
ahead.
all of. Thank you, Your Worship, through you to all of council. So the amount of debt limit available. The amount of internal debt limit utilized would be 57% based on the internal debt limit, and it's 52% based on the MGA. And then your question in regards to the amount that would be leviable each year. And so the storm rate would capture the requirements to fund the debenture, and that rate would be changed in 2022, effective January 2022. And that increase in the rate would satisfy the requirements for the full debenture.
Okay. Councilor Mattis?
Yes, Your Worship, if I could ask another question.
Yes, go ahead.
So basically, I remember when I first got on council, it was maybe in 2018, this was brought to council's attention, but it was discussed at that time that this was something that administration had been watching for a period of time. And I guess my question is, as we move forward with stormwater ponds in Stony Plain, and with regards to even this one, there's two other walls on this pond, never mind the ones that we're looking at moving forward. What does this tell us about the quality of the work that is done in terms of existing stormwater ponds and lessons that we need for the future? Plus, what process do we have in place to carefully report deficiencies so that we are on this? Because my concern is this is escalated to a very large dollar value that is on the backs of the taxpayer.
Okay, good question. Administration?
Your Worship, it's the General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure here. So I thank you for the question through you to Councillor Mattis. So in relation to the question about the quality of work and the lessons learned, I would suspect that hindsight is we're lucky to have some hindsight here to help guide us as we move forward. The stormwater ponds in Stony Plain are challenging. And so I think it's fair to say that the town and our engineering group, working with planning, will be carefully monitoring, our operations group monitoring the existing ponds we do have. We'll be setting up some programs. We're looking for some ideas through the regional group which has been established. There is a regional collaborative on stormwater management through the EMRB that is been formed. So we're working with them on ideas to move forward, and as well any new storm ponds which we would work with through the development community, which would be proposed. We'd be looking very carefully at them to make sure we understand the risks and the the potential for unforeseen circumstances at those ponds. So I guess that would be my answer to those two questions.
Thank you. Any other questions from members of council?
Your worship, could I just ask one quick follow-up question then?
Go ahead.
Is there a like a formal process that's in place now that we know there'll be a regular check and checkpoints when council will be notified? Is there a process in place now?
Your worship, through you to Councillor Matties. So administration has processes in place to monitor all of our infrastructure. Now, given the urgency or the risk involved, we will continue to do that, including storm ponds. Technical reviews with experts will be planned for in the corporate plan as necessary if additional funding is needed.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Matties, anything else?
No, that's everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe just a question for administration. I think Councillor Matties asked the question and administration answered that the increase would happen in January 1st of 2022, which would cover the debenture payments for this project. Are there any other projects that would be added to the storm levy so that we can actually do other things in our community? I just remember recently we did a stormwater master plan, and there's a lot of initiatives and suggestions that we should be doing as a community to make our older parts of the community safer and better and to prevent flooding. So if this increase of 70% is going to be effective in 2022 to cover this project, what are the increases going to be to cover the other projects that were outlined in the stormwater management plan?
Thank you, Your Worship. It's General Manager here again. I can answer that question. So we do know there is one other pond which has got a somewhat smaller failure and a significant financial item as well, in the range of $1 million. And that one is currently going through the detailed design phase. It's only preliminary work has been completed on it, so we're not able to give you the cost to the degree of accuracy which the Umbuk pond has been designed, but it is in the range of $1 million. So that one is one that I do believe would be considered for a future debenture because of the financial situation in the storm pond reserves. Other projects down the line will include the flood mitigation measures, which the town is considering, including the old area in town that you mentioned, and along Whispering Waters Creek. And there's a number of other that were brought forward. $15 million worth of projects were put forward in the Sam Enge report, which council received a couple of years ago. Now, I guess the administration's plan so far is to stagger those and bring those forward as funding is available. And so we've currently, in the current corporate plan, which council approved last December, we did have some projects coming forward in the next 5 to 10 years, but however, they were spaced accordingly in order to properly plan for them and to allow for the significant increases in the rate to be mitigated over time or to be transitioned over time.
Okay, thank you. We go to Councillor Laurie.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. And one more question. Sorry, I had my hand covering my notes on my piece of paper there. In respect to the funding of this debenture, obviously we're looking at a debenture borrow right now because we want to get this work underway as soon as possible. However, I'm just wondering if administration is looking at alternative potential sources of funding, grants, etc. I know the Alberta Community Resilience Program is in place for helping in regards to flood mitigation, which I would assume a failure of our storm pond would result in some significant flood risk, which they fund up to 90% of projects under $3 million and up to 70% of eligible costs for projects in excess of $3 million. So we could be looking at a potential of $8.4 million should we be successful in receiving the grant for the 70% of this project. I'm just wondering if that and other sources of funding, including the Alberta Community Resilience Program or others, are being explored, and how long we anticipate it would take to hear any answers on those as to whether those would be able to help offset some of the debenture costs.
Thank you.
Your Worship, it's the General Manager here again. It's not clear to me that this project would qualify for the Alberta Capital or the Community Resilience Grant Program. We could do some checking on that one. I can't. The criteria is not on the top of my mind here, but so we'll do some checking on that one. And certainly, if it would qualify, we certainly would attempt to get all grant funding opportunities available. The one of the flood mitigation projects, the intent was to design that to get it shovel ready in case the grant opportunity like that became available. So this again, we'll check into that.
So thank you, Your Worship. If I could just add a comment, when we are looking at a project with this significant of a price tag, I think any and all funding options should be considered, even if we think it is a remote outside chance. The worst answer that we can get is no. So even if we don't feel a project meets the eligibility criteria 100%, I think we owe it to our residents at the very least to investigate them to all ends with the certain departments and ministers in respect to the funding. Because maybe this isn't necessarily a situation that they thought of when the grant was first designed and developed, but if this grant is in place to help protect communities against flooding, well, that's exactly what we're at risk of should this storm pond fail. So I'm hoping that when we're being asked to pull a debenture of $12 million and we're being asked to add that into the storm levy or any other debenture with any other levy, that any and all grant opportunities or additional funding opportunities will be explored. Even though we may approve this now, I hope that certainly doesn't stop that from being explored to potentially lessen the impact of this on our residents.
Okay, thank you for your comments, and I agree with that. I hope the administration does look into everything, and you're absolutely right. If we ask, the worst answer that we can get is no. And the best answer is yes, or maybe some. Any other members of council have a question, comment? See none. I have a question, but it doesn't really quite deal with the bylaw because I understand how it works and stuff. I just have a question for the general manager of planning infrastructure regarding the suggestion here of building these walls on the south and west sides of the storm pond. Have we factored in how that would affect the stability of the east and north side? If we're going to prevent water from soaking up as they normally do, then water will find the next easiest location to permeate and destroy or run down the stream. So building these walls, will it affect the slopes on the other side?
Your Worship, thank you for the question. I'll ask the gentleman or the manager of engineering to answer that question. He's been involved in the technical aspects of the wall designs.
Thank you, General Manager. Thank you, Your Worship. At the early onset of reviewing this project for exactly the question you brought up, There were field reviews as well as some discussion amongst the town and its consultant SNC. We did note that there was signs of failure happening along the east side, hence why you're seeing in the report there's the double wall on the south side as well as the west side, pardon me. The other sides did not show any of this failure slope occurring in the same any indications that those failures were occurring. So given that and the investigation did not yield any reasons to install any further walls at this time on the other sides.
Okay, thank you. And then maybe one more question, because this is it's a stormwater facility construction project, and it's $12 million that we're talking about that we debenture borrow. In terms of building storm water management ponds, I think Councillor Matty's mentioned this earlier. In terms of building quality, I kind of did some research and looking at the water levels, throughout the region and in our community. In 1985 was probably the highest water level we've had in this area, and since 1985 it has been drying up all the way to 2010. So the water levels continue to decrease and dry up. So therefore, it made developing on soft soils easier and the ability to build on them. Since 2010, we've definitely seen a rapid increase in our storms we're having, the amount of water that is that's coming down. So my question is, when we look at developments, do we look at the historical water levels to build and design storm ponds and other facilities in our community so that we can offset the water cycles?
Your Worship, the answer to that is yes. We do look at the engineering consultants who are working either for us or for the developers do look at those high water levels and the history and the tracking, et cetera. And I do know that climate change is another area that, in relation to infrastructure planning and infrastructure work in general, is a great topic. And whether it be asset management or through operations, et cetera. So the answer to your question is yes, it is looked at.
Okay, thank you. And I asked that question because this storm pond was probably built in 2006, 2007, 2008, that time frame when the North Business Park was built up. And during that time, we were at one of our lowest levels of water in our community. So it may have been better to build at that time and not knowing the full effects when we start getting more moisture into the ground. Thank you. Any more questions for administration? Okay, see none, Councillor Laurie, I'm going to ask you to make the motion, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will move that Town Council 1 approve the Umbach Stormwater Facility Construction Project in the amount of $12,075,000 to commence in 2021, funded by debenture. Approve, and number 2, approve first reading to bylaw 2650/DEB/21, a bylaw to authorize debenture borrowing in the amount of $12,075,000 for the construction of the Umbach Storm Pond.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. Members of Council, the motion is on the floor to go for first reading. Any questions, comments regarding the first reading and debenture borrow to fund the stormwater facility construction? Okay, see none. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mayor Choi, I did have one question, but I'll just vote and then I'll ask it after. Thanks.
Thanks. Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't see your message come in.
I didn't get there fast enough. I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, there's 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. That's passed. That's first reading And in terms of when it was coming back to council for second and third reading, I think administration said it was July.
June 28th, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. So it is the very last meeting in June. Councilor Mattis, you had a question?
I did. My question is with regards to, it says an estimated lifetime of 50 years for this storm pond now after this work will be done. I guess my question is, what is the warranty or guarantee on the work? I don't know how, on this magnitude, does that come with a guarantee to that it's going to do what they say it's going to do?
Yes, good question. Administration?
Your Worship, through you to Councillor Matty. So there's generally a 1-year warranty on the construction. However, this being a rather complicated groundwater geotechnical challenge, you know, I'm not sure what the warranty would be in relation to the contractor and the engineering consultants, etc. However, we do have the best advice possible, and so you know, we do believe the town is getting good value from the work and from the design that's been put forward.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilor Mattis?
No, that's everything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on to number 9 of our agenda, so this is business items. 9.1 is the tourism master plan. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will pass this along to our General Manager of Strategic Services and or our Community Cultural Development Officer.
Thank you, General Manager. On behalf of the Culture and Tourism area, we've provided an update on the tourism master plan during the presentation section of this evening's meeting. Council will recall that this initiative was advanced as part of the 2020 Mayor's Task Force on COVID recovery, the economic stream. And so we're delighted to have this project completed and presented for council this evening for consideration. And I'll just ask our Culture and Tourism Development Officer to speak to the specifics of the report.
Thank you. So as noted in the agenda item before you, the town has been engaging in tourism activities without a strategic plan since 2008. This plan was funded in part by the Community and Regional Economic Support Program and approved in the 2021 to 2023 corporate plan. And then, as mentioned by the General Manager, further supported by the Mayor's Task Force on COVID-19 economic stream. The project began in Q4 of 2020. And as noted by the consultant in the presentation section of this meeting, the plan will guide the municipality for the next 10 years with clear recommended actions and also key performance metrics. If the plan is accepted, as presented tonight, administration will begin implementation during the remainder of 2021, and any further resource requirements will flow through the corporate planning process. And I am open to answering questions if necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of council, any questions for clarity understanding on the tourism master plan that was presented earlier and what the administration just commented on? Okay, Councilor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question through to administration. So page 66 of the report, which is page 168, does provide some of the KPIs that are going to be reviewed through this plan. And it talks about a lot of these reviews occurring everywhere from 2 to 5 years to by year 5, so on and so forth. And so what I'm hearing is that, you know, this is a 10-year plan. And I guess a lot can change in 10 years. And so I'm curious at what point in this plan, based on some of these KPIs, do we look at items and start making adjustments and amendments, or do we have to go back and redo a whole tourism plan if we feel that there's been a shift?
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Laurie. I think like any plan that is put before you, they are somewhat organic. The ability to shift is built into them in that these are recommended actions, not absolutely must-dos. Similarly to the Cultural Master Plan, which was just completed, was intended to be a 10-year plan as well, and it was completed early. 2 years early, in fact, and then additionally, as we see projects arise that are irrelevant, but perhaps fall outside of the recommended actions, we can feel free to add those or remove things as we see fit.
Okay, so if I can maybe ask a little bit of further question, then would this essentially feed into the strategic plan as we start to formulate some of these suggestions?
Through your worship, Councillor Laurie, I believe that would be up to council. Any administrative recommendations for further resources or capacity requests would come through the corporate planning process. But I believe the strategic plan would be decided upon by council.
Okay, and that's, I guess, sorry, why I'm kind of curious, because in order for things to essentially make it to the corporate plan, they have to be prioritized through the strategic plan. So I guess my concern is that we've done all this work, we've gotten to this point in time. How do we ensure that this does not fall off and become overshadowed by other priorities, and then also keep on top of the performance of these actions so that we can adapt?
Your worship.
Your worship, I'll make a few comments there, just at I guess maybe a general spot, and then certainly the Cultural and Tourism Development Officer can speak more to the specifics of measuring the projects and the process moving forward again. I think to bear in mind, again, planning hierarchy, municipal development plan, council strategic plan, and corporate plan, and then a variety of other strategies, plans, whichever word we attach to any particular one. Yes, the strategic plan and is the broad-based guiding plan for the 3 to 5 year scenarios. A plan such as the Tourism Master Plan, and there's a number of plans that would fit in this layer. They do act a bit back and forth. Some of it will flow from here into the recommended corporate plan initiatives and potentially be showing up in the strategic plan as well. Either frankly by council specifically requesting that during the strategic planning process, or administrator making a recommendation that some of it could hit that level of the plans. So I think, Your Worship, I guess the point I want to make was that this, amongst many other plans, do flow in and out of the corporate and strategic plan in a number of different ways. So they kind of back and forth a little bit. I'll stop there. If the Cultural and Tourism Development Officer wishes to add further to the specifics of the timing or measurement.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Town Manager. I would just say that the department or the unit would follow the recommendations in terms of performing the measurements as recommended, and then those values would be reported to council as appropriate during the annual reporting process.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Laurie?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. That kind of clarifies it, I guess. I said the council of the day definitely will have to keep this top of mind and make sure that it remains in plans so that these suggestions, I guess, continue to be supported.
Yes, thank you for those comments. And I think if we continue to work on our 5 pillars, it does surface in in a couple of those pillars. So hopefully councils in the future do stay focused to the 5 pillars that our community has been built around. Councillor Matties.
Thank you, Your Worship. My question is to administration with regards to the overall plan. First of all, I want to say I think it's been very well done. I like what the recommendations are in terms of initiatives that we can do in the town, and I like the fact that it's a 10-year plan. What I'm concerned about is, as I had asked the presenter earlier, Justin, that when you take everything on as a town and all the cost and all the resources that are required to do something like this, and as I said, I understand initially we need to do that, but somehow we need to make sure that the processes are in place, that this shifts to the people-led. When I say people-led process, when we talk about the nonprofit organizations, the businesses in the community, and the municipality, and using all of us together, because when you do that, you get a buy-in of the community, and the community starts working and takes ownership of something that initiative that over the long term we will continue for years and years to come, and to make us greater and stronger and more resilient. So my question specifically is to administration. I can't quite understand when I see the process of how this will work over the next 10 years. What is the process that we will ensure that happens? And going along with what Councillor Laurie just said, is how do we ensure that this stays alive and builds and grows and has momentum moving forward? That's my first question.
Okay, administration.
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Matties, I think like any plan, the goal is to keep them alive. I mean, we don't create any plan to sit on a shelf. As Justin mentioned earlier, the exploration of a destination marketing fund is included in the recommended actions, which would lead into further exploration of a standalone destination marketing organization. In the short term, I think one of the benefits of the way the plan is written is that it is written for the community and not specifically the town. Although, as you mentioned, the town would be the first point to move things forward, but it specifically recommends a community-based task force to move these items forward. So that would be the first point where we bring the public into this and other stakeholders, not-for-profit organizations, businesses, etc. And then if you read some of the other recommendations, they talk about experience development in partnership with multiple not-for-profits and businesses. So, you know, and in the near term, I think that that is the way that we would ensure that the community is involved.
Okay, thank you. Councilor Matties, anything else?
Yes, I have a second question, and it's related to page 130 of 222. We're referring to regional processes, and the comments that are being made is that effectively Parkland County, this is not a priority or area of interest for them. Then there's a comment that for Spruce Grove, it's not in their top 5 focus areas. But I'm going to guarantee you it is in their top 5 focused areas, because they're building hockey arenas, they're building baseball stadiums, and they're doing that because they want to attract people to their community and to spend money in their community and stay overnight in their community. So it doesn't matter if we're talking a sports facility or we're talking a cultural facility. They are in the business of bringing people to their community and having attractions that are desirable. So my question moving forward is, going back to a regional level, we need to be working together, and we might have different things that of interest, but as a region, we can have such a wonderful destination marketing area if we put our heads together. So can you tell me how we're going to do that?
Through your worship. Councillor Matties, currently the Spruce Grove and Stony Plain are exploring how to revitalize what was tri-region tourism into a somewhat regional marketing program. At this time, Parkland County has not expressed interest in participating in that. Moving forward, I think I don't have a specific answer for you, except to say that we will continue to have, those conversations and attempt to work together where possible. I think that, even though tourism is not specifically referenced in the regional plan, maybe a little bit in the economic development section, it is mentioned in the cultural development section around tourism marketing, and specifically cultural tourism marketing. But we're definitely working together to make regional destination marketing a priority. I think the consultant wrote what they wrote because at the time of the interviews, that was what was said. So it's not the be all end all. We definitely are working towards still having that relationship and doing regional marketing.
Thank you for that. I have just one more comment, Mayor Choi, if I could.
Go ahead.
Okay, my last comment is we've got 4 major events. We've got Farmers Days, we've got Bluegrass Festival, we've got July 1st artwork, and we've got summer sessions. And there might be others that I'm not thinking off the top of my head, but how can we make these events so much bigger, so, and maybe even add a couple more that are our huge destination that we have, 4 or 5 times throughout the year, large groups of people coming here, and then making sure that that is a huge emphasis for and a huge attraction for our community. I mean, it already is, but how can we make that better?
Through you, Your Worship, I think, that comes during the destination or the experience development section of the plan. As I mentioned before, we not only talk about doing destination development with our anchor institutions, but I think it's also important to do that with our anchor events, as you've mentioned. We are working towards doing some of that already. For example, with Blueberry Bluegrass and Cowboy Poetry, we endeavor to get the people off of the grounds of Heritage Park and the Pioneer Museum during those events and into the downtown, specifically through a mural tour and a downtown shopping experience. So we are working towards that. And I think internally, obviously the main event is the event at Heritage Park or the events at Heritage Park or summer sessions, but the bigger the experience we can create, the better. And so we will work towards that through the experience development recommended actions of this plan.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bennett, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Maddie's put forward some of my same comments. When I picture this tourism, and let me say that I am very excited about this whole plan. I think it's something that we need to get the message out that Stony Plain is a unique destination. But back to our regional partners, I've had this vision of how we can promote this and market this, and honestly, there's so much out in the county of Parkland, and so what do we do? Do we put that in our brochures? Go to Chicago, all of the facilities there. There's the beautiful RCMP Chelsea Park. South of in the southern part of Parkland County, and there's so much that people can do. And how do we get the message out that you can come to Stony and spend several days, a week here, have a variety of adventures, but we also have to mention our partners and our tri-region, because those are just other opportunities for people to enjoy. I don't know, Mr. Mayor, if I was directing that at you or at our to our administration, but I thought there was part of a tourism plan that was coming with all of our other tri-regional plans.
No. It can be part of the economic development, which throughout the report here and the whole master plan, it does talk about tourism and economic development, so they kind of tie hand in hand. And Stony Plain has been more focused on the tourism to be our economic development. And earlier, I think Councillor Matties mentioned, sports being their economic development in City Spruce Grove. And then for the Parkland County, I can see their day use parks, their lakes as being part of their economic development. So I think there is an opportunity for us to work together, but we just need to continue to be at the table and have those conversations. And at some point, all three of us might get on the same page, and at some point, maybe only two of us get on the same page. But we need just to be at the table for each other and just learn and to understand where they're going.
I think that in my mind, what at one point I was a little bit resentful that that Parkland has pulled out of the tri-region tourism strategy. But on the other hand, I'm trying to open my mind and think that we have to get this started. And if we are advertising and marketing for our partner, then so be it. We do that and we get a good solid footing on the tourism industry. Mr. Mayor, I had another statement, if you don't mind.
Go ahead, Councillor Bennett.
So once again, what's Chantel's title?
The name that should not be mentioned.
Shall I answer this, Your Worship, or would you like to?
I think it's changed like 4 times in the last little while, so go ahead.
It is Culture and Tourism Development Officer.
Okay, didn't we put heritage in there somewhere too? My point, Mr. Mayor, is that we just keep adding titles to Chantel, and her title is just getting longer and longer as we put more and more on her plate. I know that in our corporate plans for a long time, we have included a second person in the culture on tourism and heritage and all the other things that she does. But that position just seems to be really slippery and we never seem to get that accomplished. I think, Mr. Mayor, if we are going to go ahead with this tourism master plan in the format and with the implementation and the actions that are recommended in this, we really seriously have to consider that position and how we can support it. Would you agree, Mr. Mayor?
I would wholeheartedly agree. I think some good suggestions coming out of the plan. One of the suggestions is looking at the destination marketing fee, which is applied to all the hotels in the area, and sometimes I've seen them also applied to the restaurants in the area as well. I think we can't do it all ourselves, but if we have that fee and then we top it up or match it with a town grant for the next little while, and then have a group of hotelers and restaurateurs and all that utilize that money to bring in more events to the community, that would help. So instead of having the town Stony Plain do everything, it is led by the business industry because that destination marketing fee is levied onto their customers to bring more volunteer and tourism, all that into our community.
And speaking of that, I agree with Councillor Matties and her focus on citizens and bringing in a task force. I'm wondering, though, with this, if we can combine the cultural roundtable with the and have a component of tourism on that roundtable. Yeah, if our administration could answer that.
That might be a good idea, but I think we should, if at all else, we should accept this first before we go down that road. And you just mentioned that we continue just to add stuff to the culture and tourism development officer. So we just, with your one statement, we just added more work.
Yeah, but I'm spreading it out with the task force. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That's about all my comments. It's an excellent report, and I sure hope we continue it, and I hope that future councils see the benefit of it also. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and appreciate once again the discussion here. I'm not sure I have a whole lot more to add. I especially appreciate Councillor Bennett's comment in regards to sort of a level of bitterness that one might feel, and then having to come to the realization that you just have to sort of get past that because the benefits for the community far outweigh sort of what that, as far as that feeling can get you. But in that regard, I do want to talk about some of the action items, and specifically 3.B.1, which says significantly enhance Stony Plains digital tourism presence, including its tourism website and social media. And then I slide over to the notes there that discuss whether we want to continue to pursue the partnership with the regional perspective and website, or versus just going with a Stony Plain one. And I think maybe the solution there maybe is to emphasize a Stony Plain one while still working with our regional partners. So just a comment to our ever expanding job title, Mrs. LaBerge there. I asked, and I don't want to give direction. I would just simply say, well, I guess this maybe is direction. So, but as we move through this plan, it could very well easily, yes, we do have to support our regional partners because there are attractions that we will want to market. But this is our plan, and it is for our residents, and they will be the ones essentially paying for it. So I would just stress that we should keep our residents and our businesses top of mind while working with our regional partners.
Thank you for your comments, Councillor Meyer. That's a good point to note. Members of Council, any other questions and comments? Okay, maybe just a question for administration. Turning to page 135 of 2022. So, you know, as I kind of mull over the idea of destination marketing fee and then having matching dollars for the town so we can do something, I'm looking at the average spending per visit per person, and it says Alberta is $2,207 per visit. So is there any data to show how that's broken down to and how we come with that number?
Thank you, Your Worship. I don't have an answer to that question, but I can find out from the consultant and get that information back to council.
Okay, thank you. And I appreciate that. I'm not too sure if council, the rest of the members of council would appreciate those numbers, but if we're going to go and look at seriously implementing this entire tourism plan and following the steps to hit those kind of principles and key interest points of where we need to be, we need to be able to show our industries in our community of how and what kind of return that they're going to get for their investment of their time and the marketing fees, so that we can show them that for every dollar they get, they might get $3 back. Or, you know, if they put $1 in and they get 10 cents back, well, that's a hard sell in terms of kind of destination marketing.
Absolutely. And I think that if we moved forward into a destination marketing fund, we would have easier access to those types of statistics. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor, go ahead with the motion, please.
Yes, Your Worship, the Town Council accept the tourism master plan for information.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of council, we had a good presentation and good overview, and definitely a lot of conversation and discussion around the tourism master plan and how that may affect our community. I think the next steps, as the master plan suggested, that we need to adopt this so that we can kind of build it into our systems and have that kind of permeate through our corporate plan and our strategic plan. Any questions regarding the motion to accept for information? Okay, see none, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, 7 hands in favor.
Okay. Thank you very much. Move on to 9.2 is the Cultural Roundtable Terms of Reference. Go ahead, administration.
Thank you, Your Worship. Again, I'll just turn it over to our General Manager and our Cultural and Tourism Development Officer.
Thank you, Town Manager and Your Worship and all of Council. This is our regular opportunity for a review and recommended update to the Cultural Roundtable Terms of Reference. And our Cultural and Tourism Development Officer has been working with the Cultural Roundtable on this review and the recommendations that you have before you this evening. So I will ask her to speak to the specifics of what is being proposed for Council's approval.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Worship, and to all of Council. As noted in the agenda item before you and by the General Manager, the Cultural Roundtable reviews the terms of reference regularly to ensure we're working as an effective committee. And after discussions at the committee level and with administrative input, the Cultural Roundtable recommends the changes as seen in the draft track change document included in the agenda package. Some of the changes include the addition of a second artist position with a tri-municipal region residency requirement rather than strictly a Stony Plain residency requirement, an increase in meetings from 4 to 6 meetings annually, the removal of the youth connector position, which is chronically vacant, and a shift from standing committees that are prescribed in the terms of reference to working groups that shift based on the annual work plan that comes out of the unit. I won't go into any other specifics unless there are questions related to each or any of those changes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meyer, you have a question or a comment?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. My question and comment is regarding number 2, the removal of the youth connector position. And reading it, I can appreciate how it might be a difficult, or it has been a difficult position to fill. I was wondering if administration could further enlighten me on how we will get that youth perspective.
Thank you. Administration.
Through you, Your Worship, to Councillor Meyer. The intent is that as the work planning process happens at the committee level, that any youth projects that are proposed would then be taken to the youth community for participation through a working group process. So youth moving into the working group structure allows us to recruit anyone, essentially, including youth, to work on any project. So youth are invited to participate in any project, but if there is a specifically youth-focused project, then we would recruit based on that.
Can I just follow that one up? So my great concern is, of course, losing that perspective. And my experience with filling other positions, I've come to appreciate that, yes, some positions are very difficult to fill. And so I'm glad to see there's a plan to still include them. And hearing your answer, hearing administration's answer, I'm curious if there will be some kind of, I don't know if you call it a guarantee, that there would be some type of specific youth project or a project that would specifically require a youth perspective. And maybe administration or yourself, your worship, could comment on that.
Administration.
Through you, your worship, to Councillor Meyer, I don't know if I can guarantee you anything, but I do strive, and the committee does strive to include projects regularly that do either have a youth focus or would engage youth in some manner, whether that is the participation during a public art project or a specifically youth-driven project itself. It's definitely something that is top of mind, and as I said, we strive to include it. I don't think that moving forward, if with the removal of this position, we are necessarily losing a perspective, in that this position has been, as I mentioned, chronically vacant. And I believe in the last 8 years since I've been here, it's only been filled for a full term once, and portions of terms on 2 other occasions. So I would argue or suggest that the perspective is currently not even there.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Meyer, anything else?
No, administration has sold me on this idea with your comment regarding it being top of mind. I think is a very, what's the word? It gives me, now I can't think of any good words. Yes, thank you. I hope that we continue to strive to keep it a top of mind, and to where the opportunities present themselves to grab those youths and make them contribute. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. I've got a couple of things, but I'm going to start with the same one that Councillor Meyer raised, because I too flagged this as a concern, but I'm not sold, is the way that I'll put it. I believe that the youth input is important on every aspect that the Cultural Roundtable would look at, not any one specific project. And I'm really concerned that we're looking at just the removal of the youth connector position rather than a restructure of the youth connector position. And one of the things that I'm interested in hearing is, when you look at the definition for the youth connector, it is must be involved with youth in community through employment or volunteer activities. I'm curious why it isn't just a youth from the community. Why don't we try to attract an actual youth member from our community, be it from the high school, be it from the youth center, be it from any one of the numerous organizations that youth participate in that would be associated with culture. We're adding a second artist position rather than adjusting the current artist position that's on there. I mean, we could take the one amateur or professional performing visual literary artist and change the requirement from resident to tri-regional resident to include more people in that. But instead, we're adding on that. And I struggle with this, because only including youth in a working group where their perspective is, to me, that's no different than saying, well, we're going to remove the Indigenous representative and we're only going to include an Indigenous representative in a working group where we feel that's appropriate. I think that takes away from that perspective entirely. you know, the youth are the generation that's going to be up and coming and looking to enjoy this town for the next however many years. They're the people who we want to attract to this town as new residents. They're the people who we want to stay in this town as residents. And I have a real problem with the recommendation of removing a youth representative position from a committee like the Cultural Roundtable. And so I'd really like to hear some more backstory on what's been considered as a part of potentially a restructure of this position prior to recommending that this position be removed.
Thank you. Administration?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Laurie. This position is in fact the second iteration of a youth position on the Cultural Roundtable, and was in fact our attempt to restructure and rectify the chronic vacancy in the original position, which was in fact a youth position. In my experience, what happens with the youth position is that we get people for 2 or 3 meetings and then they go off and go to university or get involved in other activities, and again leaves the position vacant in the middle of a term. So to try to rectify that, we tried to reach the youth community through somebody that was working with youth on a regular basis via their employment or volunteer opportunity, and that also did not work. So that is why the committee is recommending the removal of the position rather than having a vacant seat.
So if I may follow up on that then, Your Worship, I notice in the next item that we still have a public member at large seat vacant. How often do we have a public member at large seat vacant?
Through you, Your Worship, that position actually just became vacant. The person that held that position has had a personal reason for needing to resign prior to the end of their term, which would have been this December. So to answer your question about how often we have a public member at large vacancy is not often. Generally, when we advertise for such a position, it ends up getting filled relatively quickly. Having said that, this current vacancy hasn't been advertised yet, so I don't know how long it will take to fill it.
Okay. Thank you. Councillor Laurie?
Yep. So again, I'm not yet sold, but I'll reserve for any further conversation that's going to occur on this before I decide how I will cast my vote on it. See if any other members of council bring it up. I do have a second question though in relation to 9.2, which we're discussing now, and 9.3. In 9.3, for the Cultural Roundtable appointment, it refers to the position that the person is being appointed to as the Indigenous representative. In the terms of reference, both old and updated, it refers to the position as a First Nations representative. And I just want to make sure that we are using the correct and the appropriate term under reconciliation. And so if the cultural officer can speak to which term is the preferred term and as to why we're referring to it differently in one document versus another.
Thank you. Administration?
Through you, Your Worship, Councillor Laurie, the First Nations term captured in the terms of reference is an oversight. It should be changed to Indigenous representative.
Okay, so just confirming that change then will be made even if council adopts this as is?
If that is the preferred method, then yes, that change will be made.
Okay, so I think we heard that we'll kind of, if council adopts this, we will be making those amendments and changes. I think they're just clerical and grammatical, so administration can make them. Anything else, Councillor Laurie?
No, that's all for now, Your Worship. Like I said, I will wait to hear any further conversation.
Okay. Sounds good. Any other questions and comments regarding the CRT terms of reference? Okay, seeing that, just maybe a question to administration regarding the increase of meeting frequency from 4 to 6 times annually.
Thank you, Your Worship. In 2017, the Cultural Roundtable went through a pilot project where we reduced the number of annual meetings from 10 to 4, which is 1 quarterly. At that time, the existing Cultural Roundtable was happy to keep that number of meetings, and as such, in 2018, the terms of reference were updated to reflect that. Since then, and especially since the onset of the pandemic, the current Cultural Roundtable is disconnected from each other more than they would be regularly, and believe that 6 meetings would allow them to be better connected, specifically around the sharing of information, and also brainstorming around potential work planning items.
Thank you. Going to the Deputy Mayor, you have a question or comment?
Yes, thank you. And Mr. Mayor, when you appointed me to this committee sometime back, about a year ago, maybe it's a bit longer, and I had a meeting with Chantal just to acquaint myself with the roundtable. And that was the thing that I recommended to her, that we at least take a look at it. It was my opinion that 4 meetings a year, if somebody misses 1 for whatever reason, you know, they've only hit 75% attendance type of deal. And in this day and age, it's not too easy to miss 2 meetings. So you're only at 50%. So I'm glad personally that Chantal did bring that up to the roundtable, and it was hashed out. I was there at the meeting, and I'm glad that we are going with what we go for now.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none. Councilor Plechko, I'll make you ask you to make the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council approved the Cultural Roundtable terms of reference as recommended by the Cultural Roundtable.
Thank you. Members of Council, any questions, comments regarding the motion to accept the terms of reference? Councilor Laurie?
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I just want to reiterate, as much as I appreciate the work that's gone into this, I don't support removing a youth position on here. I think there are other ways to achieve youth representation, and I don't feel that removing that position from a seat at the table is the appropriate way. I understand that there would be consideration for youth in the working groups, but I do have reservations as to how often and to what capacity the youth will be included in that. And given their importance to our town's culture, I feel that it would be a miss not to have them included in the terms of reference with a seat at the table, no matter how hard that seat may be to fill. So unfortunately, I will not be supporting this evening.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, see none. Thank you very much, administration, for providing those recommendations. I will be supporting the motion. I believe that this is the second time this term that that this council has looked at the terms of reference, and it was changed to trying to make it a little bit better. And we've kind of gone through it, and some changes need to be readjusted to make the cultural roundtable even better than what it is today. I like the fact that there's going to be some working groups allowed to have members of the CRT to focus on different aspects of the culture and tourism of the town of Stony Plain. I do share some little concerns with Councilor Lord regarding the youth connector, but this has been a position that has been hard to fill and still remains hard to fill. I'm not too sure if we need to leave it there, or we just maybe make the motion to add it later on if we do have a huge influx of youth that wants to be connected and part of the cultural roundtable. And as mentioned by Councilor, there is positions for the youth to sit on the task force, and hopefully that our administration uses every effort to advertise and to bring as much youth engagement to those task force and working groups as possible. I do like the increase of the meetings from 4 to 6, so thank you very much. I think both the admin staff and Deputy Mayor mentioned that it's kind of good for the committee to stay connected and see what's happening and a little better understanding. So that extra meeting would help. So thank you very much for that. And the additional of the artist position, it is culture and tourism, so it is a cultural roundtable. So having an extra artist position, I believe, will benefit the whole table and the committee, and also the tri-region. Thank you, Councilor Fletcher. Anything to wrap up as you are moving the motion?
No, nothing this evening. I do agree with both Councilor Laurie and yourself. Having a youth on this committee is probably something that would be very well received. But if we're unable to get that, and I've said on other boards in the town where we've had to make some changes as well from time to time, it does not mean that we cannot add that back in. And I would encourage everybody on that cultural roundtable to look to the youth of this community as they feel that they are sometimes overmissed and their voices are overmissed. So don't give up on them, keep looking for them, and hopefully you're back here in the future looking to add one. Just a comment, thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Bishop. And before I call the question, I just seen Councilor Meyer has the message in that he'd like to make has one question. So Councilor Meyer.
And I apologize for coming late with this one. I probably could have asked it earlier. Just quickly to administration, if there were a youth person looking to join this committee, do the other positions restrict to, that would not include someone under 18? I mean, if somebody was so inclined to and they were under 18, would they be able to join in some other capacity?
Through you, Your Worship, I unfortunately do not know the answer to that. Perhaps, given that the manager of legislative services is in the meeting, if she has any insight, she might be able to contribute. And if not, I can find out the answer and get back to you.
Your Worship, it's the manager of legislative services. Off the top of my head, I'd have to reserve a comment one way or the other. I think it's probably valuable for us to take it back and to look at that in order to get an answer for you.
Your Worship, if I may.
Okay. I'm just going through the terms of reference, and it does not stipulate an age.
Your Worship, if I may.
Go ahead.
Directly on the Town of Stony Plain website for council appointed boards, under eligibility, the first line is you must be 18 or older.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Laurie. So that answers your question, Councillor Meyer.
Yes, it does. Thank you very much.
Okay. And then since Councillor Laurie made that comment and he kind of found it on the website, so I'll ask that question because, when Councillor Meyer is asking that question, I'm looking through the terms of reference that's presented before us. It does not stipulate an age, so I'm wondering why it does on our website.
Thank you, Your Worship. The website or web page that Councillor Laurie is referencing is a general web page for council appointed boards. So that would be maintained by legislative services. And my understanding is that the requirements on that page would be legislated, which would not be required to be included in the terms of reference. Excuse me.
Thank you. Anybody from Legislative Services?
Your Worship, I'll just jump in there. I believe that's what our manager of Legislative Services committed to taking a more in-depth look than just a top of the head answer and responding to council via email.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you. And
So,
I see no more.
Sorry, I didn't want to text you again. Can I?
Go ahead.
So if I'm understanding administration's response is maybe, I'm sorry, or we will look at it and then provide an answer. Because to be quite honest, it is sort of critical to how I'll vote on this.
Okay. From what I understand from what administration said was we don't know. We'll have to verify that through whatever regulations there are in terms of boards and appointments through the MGA and whatever else that we have. Currently, it does not stipulate that in the Culture Roundtable. So I don't think it stipulates that in any of other committees and boards as well.
So,
Your Worship, sorry, I'll just jump in. I don't want to belabor or unnecessarily delay, but so I mean, I'll just ask again if our manager of Ledge Services has anything that she'd like to add to this.
Thank you, Town Manager. Again, off the top of my head, I would have to go back and take a look at it to make sure that I have all of my ducks in a row in terms of any requirements under any particular pieces of legislation. I mean, the website does state unless otherwise stated, which leads me to believe that it would have to be specific within the terms of reference of the committees. But again, that's just off the top of my head, and I wouldn't want to commit to anything without taking a look at it first.
Yeah, Your Worship, I mean, I'll go a little bit further, although I will stand to be corrected upon further review. I mean, I would expect that there could be potential for some sort of age requirement, even residency, something. I mean, when it relates to, very specific quasi-judicial boards such as SDABs or something further. For other internal boards, commissions or committees and so on that don't necessarily take on legal liabilities or anything of that nature, that would seem to lead someone to have a requirement of a, 18 basically being understood as the age of, legality to an extent. I would be surprised if there is age requirements that are mandatory from some higher statute. But I think what you're hearing from both myself and our manager is that that's a specific question that does have a specific answer, and we're not sure what that specific answer is at this point. And we'd rather be sure and be able to provide that to you than entirely guessing.
Okay.
So, Your Worship, if I could,
yeah, go ahead.
my next question would be to administration. If we tabled this for the time being until we could be sure, would the delay negatively affect the committee's work?
Administration?
Through you, Your Worship, it would, sorry, I'm thinking and trying to formulate an answer. It would change our ability to have a meeting in June, which we have tentatively scheduled based on the addition of the 2 annual meetings, or the 2 meetings annually. Otherwise, I would say no. It would delay the moving forward with the additional artist position. But other than that, I would say no.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of council, I'm not too sure where you guys stand on this. I will support the motion at hand. I think, as mentioned, we're kind of talking about a couple concerns about the youth position or the youth connected position. When the cultural roundtable was set up, there was a youth position in there. It was hard to fill, as mentioned by the development officer. And that's why when the terms of reference were updated, it was changed to a youth connector. So it didn't have to be a youth. It had to be somebody that worked with the youth or somewhere around there. As you can see, that it's not working at this point in time either. Just to have that position open just in case, I don't see the point of that. In terms of what I've seen happen in committees and task forces, roundtables, sometimes by the invite of the committee themselves, they can have additional members to sit on there and participate, but not officially as a member until at one point in time when the committee comes back and changes their terms of reference. So I fully support the changes, and I also have the understanding and knowledge that if we do find a position or youth connector that is fully engaged and wants to sit at this table, they will be invited, and at that time the cultural roundtable terms of reference can be changed and adopted by the council in one evening. As you can see, the terms of reference is not a bylaw, so we don't have to do 3 readings. All we need is just to have one evening, one conversation, and we can pass it. So with that, I'm going to call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I see 5 hands in favor.
Okay, please lower the hands. Okay, all those opposed?
Mr. Mayor, there's just 1 hand in opposition.
Okay, so then somebody didn't vote. So 5 plus 1 is only 6, and I know there's 7 of us on the virtual meeting today, so that doesn't add up. So I saw Councillor Lowry's hand as the one that was opposed. I did not see the ones that were in favor. I saw Councillor Myers' hand go up. I saw my hand go up. I saw Councillor Maddie's hand go up. So I'm just going to go roll call. Councillor Bennett in favor or opposed?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor in favor or opposed?
In favor.
Okay. Councillor Plechko in favor or opposed?
In favor.
Okay. So that is 6. Unless I counted wrong. Councillor Matties, Councillor Meyer, I did see your hands go up for in favor.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, thank you. So that carried 6-1. Thank you. Moving on to 9.3, which is the Cultural Roundtable Citizens at Large appointment. So this comes about because council passed the cultural terms of reference updated policy. So this is a artist position. Go ahead, administration.
Your worship, just a town manager, I believe we'll just open up if there's any specific questions. I think some of this conversation has been covered in the previous item. So if there's any questions, I'm sure administration will be happy to answer them.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Your Worship. This is actually the Indigenous representative position that is being presented for approval this evening, not the new position.
Oh, okay. My apologies. Thank you. Members of council, any questions regarding the appointment? Councillor Meyer?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just wanted to give my kudos to administrations for their efforts in filling this position. My appreciation.
Okay. Thank you for your comment, Councillor Meyer. Any other questions regarding this position in this term? Okay. Seeing that there's no other comments coming through, Councillor Mattis, if I can ask you to make the motion, please.
The town council appoint Perry Stelter to the Cultural Roundtable.
Okay, thank you very much. Members of council, any questions or comments or debate on the motion? See none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I see 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving over to 9.4, which is the Somerville update. That is happening right now. Go ahead, administration, for the presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will turn this over to members of our Planning and Infrastructure Department to speak to this item.
Thank you, Your Worship. General Manager, Planning and Infrastructure here. So we do have a brief update today, and I'll hand it over to the Manager of Planning who has a very short presentation.
Thank you, Mr. McKay. Good evening, Council. I'm going to share with you a brief presentation here highlighting the most recent events that have gone on in the Somerville neighborhood, predominantly over the last couple of years, but a little bit of additional history on top of that. So to start out here, Somerville developments consist of 3 main categories. So there's the overall neighborhood development, and then there's 2 kind of more specific local areas, including Somerville Springs and Somerville Gate. In terms of the neighborhood developments, the town has notified the landowner of unsafe construction holes, and the landowner has filled those in. This occurred last year. The town also notified the landowners of unsightly concerns, including construction debris and weeds, and the landowner has addressed some of these items. The town itself has actually cleaned up some of the stream course. There were some concerns with that when we were doing some investigative work, and we cleaned that area up. And there remains outstanding servicing work, and this requires revised engineering drawings and a new development agreement to proceed with the development of the overall neighborhood. In terms of Somerville Springs, the town issued a stop order and completed building demolition. Again, that took place last year. In terms of Somerville Gate, the landowners conducted site testing and investigative work last year. They undertook some site and building remediation, and there's still some outstanding building and site deficiencies. Just to give a little bit of a context map here. Again, there's a large area here representing the overall Somerville quarter section. Right along Golf Course Road, if you can see on the mouse here, Somerville Gate are the properties, singles and semi-detached, right adjacent to Golf Course Road. These include site and building concerns that are being addressed right now. The balance, I'll just highlight here, there's a stream course that bisects the property, kind of creating a western area that is for future development and an area that has currently been developed to some degree, which includes stages 1A, 1B, and 2. In stages 2, Somerville Springs is the area where there was a stop order and building demolition that took place. There was a series of row housing within that area. And on the west side here in the future development stages, you can see a variety of large holes that accumulated water over the course of several years here. These ones were filled in last year. And the larger area here kind of denoted as the stage 1B, representing Somerville Court, Somerville Way. This is an area where most of the development had taken place and was stopped, and consequently revised engineering drawings need to be submitted, approved, and the land developer entering into a development agreement to continue on developing that site. In this case, they have actually submitted those engineering drawings at this point in time, which I believe I go into here on this slide. So in terms of the work that needs to be done. There was a formal submission. This is specifically to Somerville Gate. So these are the singles and semi-detached housing right adjacent to Golf Course Road. There was a formal submission in May of 2020, which is last year, that was agreed upon between the town and the landowners. This clarified expectations required by the town in order to allow the developers to continue to remediate the site and eventually reach occupancy. In terms of the recent site work and material submission, so since that period of time, during the fall and summer of last year, they conducted geotechnical reports, field reviews, and submitted building permit schedules in order to proceed with their work. From that information, it was indicated that additional work was required in the spring of 2021. Further correspondence that has taken place since the fall to try to address some of the concerns from the landowners and ourselves included agreeing upon the next steps to resolve specifically structural pile concerns. These are kind of the most fundamental concerns the town has had with the buildings themselves. And through this work, they agreed to notify the town prior to conducting any of the remedial work so that we were able to inspect that. In terms of the next steps for this summer, the two major projects that are still going on are the Somerville Gate and the Somerville neighborhood. For the Somerville Gate, remediation, site servicing, and permit compliance. So they need to correct the foundation supports and building structure deficiencies. They need to confirm the site servicing conditions and install water meters. And they need to complete permit requirements and obtain compliance to close all permits. So again, this is not just the building permit, but because the building permit includes gas, plumbing, and electrical ones, all of these 4 permits need to be closed in order before the town would allow the building occupancy of those sites. And as a special note here, the town will be completing some repairs of adjacent water and sanitary infrastructure and conducting pressure tests to ensure the municipal servicing is available as they complete their work on the site of Somerville Gate. In terms of the overall neighborhood, as mentioned prior, site servicing and engineering drawings need to be done. So they need to obtain approval for these drawings and enter into development agreements. And then once that agreement has been issued and approved, they need to actually undertake the remedial work to address all of the subdivision servicing deficiencies. That concludes my short summary here. And I look forward to any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Members of council, any questions of clarity and understanding on the presentation and the update of what's happening in Somerville subdivision? Councillor Laurie, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. And through you to administration, first of all, thank you very much for the update and all of the information. I know this has been an ever-evolving situation. I just want to confirm, I know there are 2 main groups in Somerville Gate, Maple Leaf Homes Limited and Ironco Master Builders. I believe from previous reports and things that we've heard that a majority of the conversations around this have surrounded Maple Leaf Homes, and we haven't really had too much conversation in regards to Ironco Master. So when you refer to Somerville Gate and the remedial efforts and all of the information essentially that's been presented here today, are you confirming then that now we have had full conversations and accepted compliance from both Maple Leaf Homes and Ironco Master Builders?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, what has taken place over the last year and a half is that both the Ironco, who own the southern half of Somerville Gate, and Maple Leaf Homes, who own the northern half of Somerville Gate, as well as the rest of the quarter section and most of the undeveloped areas, or the areas that have been subdivided but not developed. Both those ownership groups have signed on with one engineering consulting firm, Cron Engineering. So they're both under the same engineer now, which has definitely helped through some of these discussions. And I guess I can report that because they're both under the same, we have reached an agreement kind of moving forward with both ownership groups. Now, the northern ownership group, Maple Leaf, they have done some more work. If you drive by there, you look at those structures, you will see some additional work that they have gone and done. They've done a little more investigative work to begin with. But again, at this point in time, we've agreed to kind of the steps moving forward for both groups to be on the same page. I hope that addresses what you're asking for.
Okay, thank you. And your worship, just a little further on that then?
Go ahead.
Thank you. So you mentioned that, Maple Leaf Homes has been very active. They've done some additional investigating and some remediation. With those activities not occurring in the southern units, are we confident then that the issues that are found are reflective of both the northern and southern units?
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, some of the work that is going to proceed is sort of a exploration, and what they've agreed to do is to look at certain aspects of the development, do some investigative work, and then basically have agreed to an approach to rectify those as they find concerns. So they've both agreed to the same approach. They know more about the northern units right now from the initial investigative work that has taken place there, but it's not to say the same work will not take place in both areas depending on what is found through that investigation.
Excellent, thank you. And just one more, if I may, your worship.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So you mentioned in your report this evening that this work is to begin this summer, but there's no mention as to how long we anticipate the work to take. And so I know that a lot of the concern in the community and a lot of the concerns that have been brought forward is the amount of time that this has taken for these to reach that point. So are there any stipulations of time requirements as to when these deficiencies are required to be corrected, or how quickly these deficiencies are required to be corrected before any further action is taken? Or is this, again, just another open door that has allowed them to move one step forward but does not necessarily have any timeline tied to it?
Okay.
Through your worship to Councillor Laurie, there's two factors, I guess, at play for this. One, permits do have an expiry date on them, typically 1 year. So when those permits are issued or work has started, that kind of starts a little bit of a time lapse there. So it's definitely one thing that we will factor in, depending on how it moves forward. The other part is, again, this is private development. They kind of go at their own pace to some degree, but again, they have that time frame there under the Safety Code Act and the permits that are issued under that. So there's sort of a balancing act there. So what I can say from my understanding is that they should be able to accomplish all the work in terms of the investigation and what is required to be done within one building season. With that to say, it is up to them to be able to execute that according to their own timetables and their own desires and actions. So I hope that provides a balanced context there, that we will act accordingly to what they do, but I can't necessarily say what actions we would bring. It's very dependent upon what we see over the summer and what they end up getting done.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Laurie. Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Worship. Question for administration in reference to get a look here a little closer, page 214 of 222 in the neighborhood development. One of the things you talked about was town notified landowners of unsightly concerns, construction debris and weeds, and landowners address some of these issues. While we're working with them to move this development forward, the unsightliness of this land is a great concern. It hasn't really changed over the last little while. The back end looks much nicer, but you all you can see is the front. Is there a way in good faith that these people could clean up this area to make it look like a respectable area that they want to improve and develop upon? Because the way it looks today, it just keeps getting worse and worse. And in fact, if you drive in there, the amount of windows and doors and stuff that have been smashed out of the homes now is getting to be greater. So is there any possible way that we can make this area more attractive for a community while we work with these individuals to move their projects forward?
Your Worship, it's the General Manager of Planning and Infrastructure here. I can take this question. Thank you for the question through you to Councillor Palechko. So in relation to the weeds and the unsightliness and things like that, we are working with them, giving them somewhat directions on what's acceptable or unacceptable based on our bylaws and the Weed Act. So we have to work within the tools and the parameters of which we have in front of us. However, the context I think we would stress with them when we're talking to them is that for the long-term sale of potential lots and condominium units, etc., the appearance on the roadway has to improve, be to their own benefit. However, I guess it is under their control, somewhat the overall appearance, other than, we will act within the tools we have in relation to the Community Standards Bylaw and the Weed Act.
Okay, Councillor Palechko, anything else?
Nothing at this time, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for clarity and understanding? Thank you, Administration, for providing the update. It was very informative, and it does allow us as elected officials and members of the community to have those conversations with residents and just friends, family, and neighbors, just saying what's going on. I do look forward to having Somerville Gate kind of fixed up and the ability to be occupied within what I'm guessing probably by the fall if everything goes right. When would the next update to council be regarding the Somerville development?
Your Worship, thank you for the question. I would suspect the next update to council will be near the end of the construction season, like you mentioned, into the fall, where we would be able to tell council the actions which have taken place and the administration's report back on the outcomes, etc.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on to the motion. Councillor Meyer, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. The Town Council accept the Somerville update, May 2021, for information.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Members of Council, any questions regarding that motion to accept for information? Okay, see none, I'll call the question. All those in favor?
Mr. Mayor, I see 7 hands in favor.
Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to number 10 and number 11, which is council information and council discussion. Anything that members of council like to update our staff about, or other members of council? We'll start with Councillor Laurie. Go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. Not too much for me this evening, other than just to say that the IRTMP has wrapped up its draft plan that will be going forward to the EMRB board table. So very excited to see the progress that's going on that as we continue to help build out the region and work within the growth plan for the region. So nothing aside from that this evening.
Thank you. Councillor Meyer?
Nothing this evening.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Bennett?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did send out an email earlier to let council know that that the Meridian Housing Foundation made a presentation this afternoon to Parkland County, and a motion was passed unanimously to support the office space purchase. And so I'll be providing council with more details of what follows with after that.
Okay, thank you, appreciate that. Councillor Mannies?
Thank you, Your Worship. I have exciting news. So I had a call from Susan Scott yesterday, and she wanted to confirm that the Parkland Holy Trinity Church Catholic Women's League of Canada Council plan to continue their tree planting, which was started in 2020 to celebrate their 100th anniversary of the founding of the Catholic Women's League of Canada Council. And that was at a time when the councils were invited to plant 1 tree, but not our group. They decided to plant 100 trees over 2 years. So last year they planted 50 trees in the Willow Park Natural Park area, and that was along 79th Street. And this year they are going to plant the other 50 trees just north of that site. And guess who's all invited to join in? Our council. So if you can join us on Friday at 1:30 p.m., so Friday, May 28th, that would be wonderful. Second thing is I wanted to ask about that in terms of notifying the media. Do we notify media for events like this?
Yes, so whoever's organizing can notify the media. Just before you go any further, have Sister Susan Scott contact the staff. We recently passed a tree bylaw that they have to notify our staff of where they're planting and get approval if it's on town property.
Yes, she absolutely did. She got the go-ahead from Gary at Public Works.
Excellent.
Okay, then, so, but I know she hasn't contacted the media. She was asking us if we were doing that. And if is that possible or?
Yeah, administration, is somebody on there that can send a quick note out?
So that's this Friday at 1:30 p.m. And also, I have a question for you with regards to the junior forest ranger. I know that in their area that they planted, there's a lovely plaque there. Are we doing a plaque for this one as well?
Okay, I'm not too sure what the conversation was from last year.
Your Worship, sorry, I'm just going to jump in. I know the junior forest ranger plaque. I've seen that in my own wandering, so to speak. I don't know that that was us, that the town actually put that up. I think that came from them, I believe. And typically, if they have their own plaque or they have something, I mean, we're typically pretty open to that sort of thing. But I also am hearing that our staff are aware of the project, so we can check in with them tomorrow as to where they're at, what's going on, what we know about it. I don't know anything about this particular project, so sorry, Your Worship, I'll just stop there.
I just think it's wonderful that a group goes out and plants 100 trees for us to beautify this community. So anyway, so that's my first note for today. And then my second is with regards to the stormwater warning sign at Westera at the storm pond there. It's almost hidden behind the trees. So I think we need to cut down a few trees or shave off some branches in order to see the sign or move the sign. If we could do that, that would be great. And then my next question is with regards to, I had mentioned that there was the root damage going into High Park off the trail a while ago. And I know that administration was looking at it. And I'm wondering if there's a plan to do something about it or what the next step is with regards to that.
Administration, any feedback, follow-up regarding the tree roots?
Your Worship, reading Councillor Maddie says, we are aware of that issue. I believe a temporary fix was in the works through the winter. However, we'll check on that one again and update council.
Okay, thank you very much. And then just my last note, I attended the Heritage Ag Society meeting this afternoon at 3 o'clock. So thanks for not having a manager's meeting today. Anyways, but we had some really good discussions regarding the renaming of the Multicultural Heritage Center to be more reflective of what they are and what their vision is for the future. And they have a very good consultant, so they will be doing a wonderful marketing program with this consultant for that organization. And I wonder too if there could be some synergies on the cultural side of things too, and the tourism side of things, by maybe working with an organization that's already worked with one of our entities like that. So that's all I have for today. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the update, Councillor Matties. Councillor Pletchko.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Just a quick question for Councillor Matties. Do we have a location, or can we get an invite sent out through council to join that group planting trees on Friday? And second of all, administration, I'm just wondering, Range Road 12, my favorite road, if we're able to send CN a nice little letter that asks them to politely fix the railway crossing. It's getting to be almost impossible to cross there. There is a huge bump between one track to the next track. And I'm sure if they come out with a small wheel loader and a little bit of shovels and rakes, they could get that fixed up. Is there a possibility to do that? Thanks.
Yes, thank you. Yes, so Councillor Matties, I think there's a couple of requests if you wanted to send a kind of invite of the location and the time for the tree planting.
I will do that, absolutely. Thank you.
And then Range Road 12 with the CN crossing. I think CN was just in town last Friday to repair the golf course road ag-grade crossing. And then there's any possibility of just making contact with a representative of CN to provide that information that was shared by Councillor Pletchko.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, we'll notify CN of the requirement at Range Road 12.
Okay. Thank you. And Councillor Pletchko, I would actually appreciate yourself calling as well. I think the more phone numbers that we get into CN, I think usually the faster that they're able to respond to our request.
Thank you. I will do
that. Deputy Mayor, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. Two things. I was wondering when planning and development will be getting out our first transit report. We've been now running just I think 3 weeks or better. Be interesting to see what kind of stats. I don't expect them to be too impressive because we had COVID too that shut everything down. But just wondering whether they're going to do one after 30 days or 90 days. So be interested in that. And last but not least, I got this. I don't know whether you can see it from CN. Can anybody tell me what it is? I thought it was a shoehorn.
I believe
Worship.
The board.
Yeah, I use it for when my dog is misbehaving. That's what I'm using mine for.
I don't have a dog. I just have a wife, and I'm not going down that road. Does anybody know what it is?
Yes, Councillor Deputy Mayor, Councillor Lloyd. So it is kind of a trees and meat tray. So for entertaining, if you notice, one side is kind of like tongs, and the other side is you put your grapes and cheese, etc., onto that board. Shows CN, and that's part of the kind of the welcome package for us joining FCM virtually this year. And so you can make yourself a little board of cheeses and meats and everything else, and you can use those tongs to serve yourself while we're going through the meetings.
Interesting. I put my wine glass on the CN, but it's too small. That's all I have for tonight. Thanks, folks.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Just for one last conversation, just information for members of council and administration. Over the last couple weeks with the COVID restrictions and the nice weather, our Rotary Park has been well used. Every picnic bench has been fully utilized, especially during lunchtime and supper times. However, there is one huge safety issue, which is the iconic rotary red bridge. I believe that was donated to Town Swimming Plain, the Chamber, and the Rotary Club by, I think it was Myshak Crane way back when. And at that time, definitely the arc of the bridge was not taken into account, and some of the regulations and safety measures that we have in place now were not in place at that time. So is there any indications of when we might see a replacement on that bridge? We've seen some fixes, some asphalt. We've seen some kind of a ramp that was been installed, but the incline or the slope to get on top of the iconic red bridge is fairly steep, and it is kind of dangerous for younger children, parents with strollers, seniors. Is there a timeline, or can we expect something from administration to bring something to council so that council can look at?
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll maybe provide a bit of comment there. I guess my first answer would be that there's nothing planned for nothing major planned for this budget year or this calendar year 2021. I know that our planning infrastructure staff are working on what would be like a bridge replacement plan that would be phased in over a number of years. And I think I believe we've had some dialogue with council in the past that the bridges we have, although they may seem quaint or small even to a degree, they are a fairly significant piece of our infrastructure. The cost associated with rehabs and replacement is not small, so to speak, Your Worship, and to the rest of council. So I believe the short answer, nothing planned of a significant alterations in 2021 at that site, and the plan is being developed through this year. And I'll just ask the GM if there's anything quickly to add to that.
Thank you, Your Worship. Just to supplement, so yeah, we do have bridges on our list of things to look at. However, our asset management plan is under development, and yeah, so it's more information will be available on some of this information, some of this to council. A council report we plan to bring in July. However, at this time, there are no plans for this year.
Okay, thank you. And I noticed it was the bridge replacement was part of the overall Rotary Park upgrading. So I just wanted to see where we're at with that. Is there any possible way of getting a report maybe earlier after that to council to see some different possibilities of replacing that sooner than later?
Your Worship, we could certainly take that under consideration. There's the likelihood of a report on one specific bridge and like that specific one. That's the likelihood of that is probably higher than the full bridge replacement plan. So I guess, Your Worship, if that sounds fair at this point, we can take that under advisement. I can speak with the GM and see how long that would take to put a reasonably accurate update report investigation, so to speak, in front of council.
Okay, thank you, and I definitely appreciate it. I'm not sure if members of council have received similar messages or have walked the park lately. It is extremely steep. Any possibility of having some signage as people approach the iconic bridge, saying that it is very steep? Please use at your own caution. Or
yeah, Your Worship, certainly we can have staff take a look at that and see what could be put up there and what the I guess the liability may or may not be and all that sort of stuff. Yeah, we can take a look at that too, Your Worship.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can jump in.
Yes, Councilor Bennett, I think you walk that park more than I do, so go ahead.
Yes, and I just I actually went up on the bridge the other day and just to see if I still could. And honestly, it is so steep coming down. I had to use the railing and really kind of wiggle my way down. So it looks beautiful, and I know people love to get up on top and look out over the water. That's the reason I did it. But I do think that there needs some kind of sign there that says, you know, use at your own risk, because you get up there and you don't realize really, one side you go up really easily and the other side is very, very steep to come down. So I think a little warning there would be very useful. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that's all I have today. So members of council, thank you much for participating in council meeting and reading a package and coming fully prepared to discuss, debate, and question and comments on the packages that administration has presented for us. Thank you, administration, for doing your work and providing good informative packages so that council can have those robust conversations to make our community better. With that, we are adjourned. So everybody have a good evening.
Good night, all. Have a great evening.
Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, all.